Indices, really big spike. Dixie dropping here. Interest rates coming in just a touch. We are seeing the PPI number influencing the market so far in a positive way. The numbers coming out here are minus 0.1% on the month over month, minus 0.1%. So minus 0.1%. And then the core came in at minus 0.1. We're still getting the year over year data, which is 3.5%, but our initial drop in rates, initial drop in the dollar. Pretty big spike so far to the upside. So data coming in. Still waiting for that. Yep, massive breakout. It's your PPI data, so some inflationary data on the producer side. And the data came in much lighter, year over year 2.6 versus 3.3. I'm still waiting for the core PPI, but your month over month data, the consensus was 0.3, so still showing a slight growth, and it came in at 0.1. It actually turned negative. So we are seeing that data coming in a little bit lighter than what the market was expecting, and that's showing a couple things here. One, inflation on the producer side is coming in, which again you would think is a good thing, but at some point we are going to hit a bigger deflationary battle that's going to mean gains in Wall Street are limited. I'm still waiting for that year over year number. It hasn't come out yet, at least on my data set. 3.5% is the expectation, likely meaning that it's probably going to come in lighter since the month over month and the year over year PPI came in a little bit lighter. But overall, a positive print so far. We'll see if the markets can hold. That being said, if we look at my target price 1, we have fulfilled the TP level 1 on SPY. We'll see if we can hold that vicinity. But we spiked right through that, but really, really sharp movements down. We'll be able to go through some charts. I'm just getting situated here, wanting to see what the actual, all right, 2.8% year over year on the core side. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Okay, so let me just get this going, then we'll run through some charts. Yep, it's a really nice breakout. Really nice breakout. We'll have opportunity today to trade. I like that a lot. You want, as a trader, you want big moves, right? You want these gap ups, you want gap downs. You don't want the indices to open up really flat. So I like when there's these big breakouts or breakdowns because it allows us traders some really, really decent opportunities to execute some day trades, long or short. And then obviously swing trades can work out quicker. The hardest market to trade is a dull market, one that just slowly chops sideways up and down in a small range because that just burns premium and theta. All right, what else we got going? So we have a 10-year note auction at 1 o'clock, and then we have the Atlanta Fed GDP at 1 p.m. And then that's pretty much that. So I'll populate that on the screen for us. We got Adobe earnings tomorrow. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so far, dollar down, S&P market's up. Everything's rallying here on Wall Street except for Apple and Amazon. They're slightly negative. You right now. All right, we'll start our pre-market prep here, guys. All right, so overall, whoops, really strong closed yesterday on the markets, and an even better finish this morning, gapping up to the high side. We have fulfilled our TP1 zone on SPY, hitting new all-time highs again. That just seems to be the trend recently. You can't stop this market right now. It's just in such a strong daily chart uptrend, and that's kind of what we've been pounding the table on is, you know what? Like this market is just on some next level stuff right now, and you have to be net long this market, specifically around the daily chart trend. So overall, a big punch through here to new all-time highs. Very, very strong price action. I'm just going to quickly scroll through my master list here. Ethereum making a move, Marvell. SMCI having a really good day again. We'll touch base on Oracle. Certain China stocks are pushing, other ones are taking a breather. Nvidia's ripping today, that's up 3%. So you can see this market's got some serious strength behind it today. Some serious strength. So I don't know how much upside is going to be left in the tank for the S&P 500 after this gap up today, especially when you have Oracle. I mean, just screaming to the upside today. So Oracle gapping up from 241 all the way to 317 and change, and it's holding near the high. So obviously that one's going to be a major, major mover, but that's had such an astronomical breakout that you would have to anticipate it's going to see some sort of sell side pressure off of the open. You know, it's kind of reminding me of what we just saw and witnessed in Broadcom's chart, where you had a really nasty little sell here, and then obviously the following day it came in. So still held a monster gap up of 9.4, but you definitely came in from the highs there on Broadcom. So that's kind of what I'm expecting for Oracle to do today, at least off of the open, see some sort of profit taking. It's had a really, really big push here to the high side. You're busting through some major, major extension levels. I mean, if we just throw on a little bit of a, let's throw on a deviation band from here. You can see you're well past a 3 standard deviation move. Yeah, you're trading into that upper 3 standard deviation band here, going all the way back to this low in April. So it's had a monster move. I mean, I would not think it's going to go much higher than this. That's crazy, crazy stretched off of its earnings report. But nevertheless, stocks are absolutely wild in this market. And this is kind of replicating, remember what Nvidia did with those gap ups way back in, what was it, 2024? 2023 when Nvidia started going through its monumental push. I mean, it's kind of replicating a similar move to what Nvidia started gapping up and going through this sort of crazy movement. Um, but yeah, very interesting price action for sure. Nvidia trading below this little neckline pretty much for a few consecutive days, roping in the bears, and then look what they do. They just gap it up on people. So once again, Nvidia shaking out the bears and just doing a perfect bear trap, to be honest. A perfect and clinical bear trap on NVIDIA. A couple other stocks that are moving. OSK, Oshkosh. Not too much actually. That's come in a little bit. GameStop, GME. This is one that we could actually trade today. I think that there's definitely a trade. I think we look to potentially buy the first little pullback. So this one's not a bad area to try to scalp it on the long side. Right back inside this 2450 zone. But it looks like GME could squeeze for that little high pivot. Gap filled 28.55, so there's still quite a bit of upside left in this tank. Obviously, GME did have a pretty decent earnings report, beat on both the top and bottom line. So it's a really, really good move. I think that, again, we do look for a potential continuation buy. You can see GME came all the way up to this level 2671 in the pre-market. Pretty big mover to the upside there. So you tap that area all the way up here in your pre-market and you have pulled back a little bit. So we'll keep that one on watch for a day trade long. Obviously, if it had a huge squeeze to the upside, then we have a short. But I think that there's definitely a little bit of a potential long trade on that name. Let's look at BILL. That's also gapping and pushing to the upside. Very strong price action there. Nice constructive chart. Trying to break out of a longer term downtrend on Bill Holdings, BILL. So this one's certainly on watch for a potential swing trade continuation move. On the long side, you've put in this pretty decent basing formation, stage one. And now we're trying to get that first little higher high close. So you can see this high pivot going back to March. We haven't been able to close above that really since the beginning of that first quarter, or I should say the end of the first quarter, March. So now we're coming into the last quarter here, and Bill Holdings is finally trying to get that first major higher high, which signifies a little bit of a near-term trend change. So that's something kind of interesting from my perspective. I think that we need to definitely watch that because this stock can absolutely run if that is a breakout of a stage one basing, similar to what Alibaba did. And again, observing these stage one basing breakouts, guys, is very important. So similar to what Alibaba did here, Alibaba's was just bigger. You were stuck in the stage one basing formation. So Bill Holdings is kind of at a near-term point where I would say it's over here, trying to give us that first little higher high. Obviously, it had a pretty hard rejection, Baba, but then it had this huge breakout. So the breakout from stage one is very, very it's tough to trade because they can easily row people in, but it's often a very powerful move. Yeah, it's a very powerful move if it hits. All right, let's just see what else we got going on in the equity markets. Oof, Neo getting slapped here in the pre-market, guys. Neo falling. Neo shares are trading lower after the company announced an offering of up to 181.81 million, according to Bazinga. Yikes, that's filthy. That is filthy. Nasty little down move. So gapping down from 628 close, taking us below that $6 level. So a little bit of a dilution occurring in this name. Definitely a dilution. So good to see. That name probably wants to go to its gap fill. So even with the market this strong, this is a weak stock in a strong tape. It probably catches a little bit of a bid, but it looks like Neo wants to go now down to that gap fill, guys. So definitely a little bit of a negative headline for Neo. Just looking through here. Joby Aviation shares are trading higher after the company announced it's expanding its global partnership with Uber to bring Blade Air's mobility services to Uber app. Interesting. Joby. Let's look at Joby. Yeah, so Joby finding a little bit of a bottom here, trying to push to the upside. So that's up quite nicely in the pre-market, pushing to the upside. Let's look at Archer here. Archer's probably going to get a sympathy bid, even though they're completely different. Probably catches a sympathy bid. Uh, let's look at this Lupin. LPCIN. Oh, okay. So SMPS falling to the downside here. Synopsis. So Synopsis slumps after weakness in the design IP downgrade at Baird. Shares of Synopsis fell about 22% pre-market on Wednesday after weaker fiscal third quarter results and outlook, while the stock also saw a downgrade at Baird. Morgan Stanley keeps its overweight rating with a $715 price target on the stock. The analyst noted the fiscal fourth quarter outlook was well below expectations after de-risking intellectual property or IP forecast, but IP growth is fiscal 2026 is also seen as muted. So a little bit of poor guidance in this overall name. It's a really big gap down, that's for sure. It's a monster move to the downside. Trading near the lows, that is a huge fall for this name. Huge fall. Let's just see, there might be a scalp long on it. All right, let's adjust these trend lines, shall we? So pivot. You can see I have traded this name quite a few times, SMPS, in my career. So we are coming up into that initial trend line. Let's see what other moving average support we have on the weekly chart. So you are actually coming into that 1 year moving average. No, sorry, that's your weekly, yeah, it's your 365. I need to change the color on that. That's actually your 200 moving average. Just gonna make the color a little bit darker here. My eyes are deceiving me this morning. Okay, so that's your weekly 200 moving average that SNPS is coming into. So that's definitely an interesting area that we could potentially trade. Let's see what other factors we have. So below all the key daily moving averages, you have 2-week moving average support down here. That's your 2-week EMA 113. So I'm just marking some critical levels here. your 3-day 1-year moving average. Okay, interesting. So there's a ton of moving averages packed in and around this sub 450. Sub 450. Let's go to the monthly chart now. Yeah, and then you have your monthly 50 right there. So that's a big area. There's a ton of support here. A ton of support. But the problem is a lot of times with bad forward guidance, we've seen stocks overshoot some key areas. But monthly chart reversal candle, follow through doji, breakout, secondary breakout. Now you're gapping down. You've lost this bullish volume bar. You're retesting the second monthly low. Wow, that's a huge fall, to be honest. That's crazy. But there's always a long trade. We just got to find the right spot here. So you're breaching that lower pivot. Let's throw on some ATRs. So that's your weekly ATR. You can see how big of a move this was. Market was not expecting this gap down. So yeah, you are hitting a monthly ATR too. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Let me just turn off all of these moving averages for a second. So you were trading at a deviation band of 2, then you're teetering on 1, gapped over the volume weighted average price. Now you're piercing through your deviation band 1. Okay. Same sort of thing there. Yeah, this stock could go all the way down to about 412. Interesting. Let's keep pulling this back here. Yeah, this is going to probably go sub 400. Don't know about it today, but it's definitely looking sub 400. Interesting. Quite cool, actually. He's the Oracle times 2 ETF ORCX. Maybe this is what we trade today, but look at this. ORCX up 61%, trading like a freaking meme stock. This is the double levered ETF. That's crazy. We also have some positive price action in GEV Verona. Let's look at TLN, Talon Energy. That's trying to gap up and break out to the high side. There's just a little bit of report here on HIMS. HIMS is trying to gap up. Let's just read what it's saying here. HIMS Hernell shares are trading higher following reports suggesting the company plans on launching offerings for men with low testosterone. Heyo. Um, I don't know. I think Peter's okay in the Telegram. He seems to be just chilling there. But Bart says he's having issues connecting. Not too sure. Let's see what else we got shaking and moving. Broadcom pushing again. AVGO. That one's still strong on the tape. A-Lab yet again pushing to the upside. Look at that. Another new high on ALAB. Now, this is one that I get interested in for a fading opportunity today. This is actually a clean setup here. Let me just see as of yesterday what the market cap is. 35.65 billion. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. That's crazy. That is insane. Filthy. So yeah, I do like A-Lab for a short, guys. That one has had a nice extension move. That's actually a clean setup today. Let me just figure out where we're likely going to be trading. All right, so that's your ATR1. Let's look at the weekly now. ATR2 is all the way up there. Kind of matches with the daily. The screen is frozen on thing. All right, I'll restart the Telegram stream and we'll keep going there. But Telegram's quick to doesn't take long to restart. So let me restart it for you guys. So yeah, A-Lab is definitely definitely a nice potential short opportunity. I think we could see a nice reversal from the highs. So that's looking pretty good. Just gonna quit Telegram and restart it completely. So that one's on watch. I'm gonna isolate down a level more specifically. Good morning, Sahil. Let me isolate it down a little bit more. So far I would have to wait for 227.85. That's your ATR level 1. Now let me just turn this off and make sure we have a couple other factors here. So from that gap up, yeah, from this gap up, we're already trading into a 3 standard deviation band here. That's really, really good. If we stretch it back to that July low, we're busting through the 2nd deviation band. Okay, interesting. And now for some box analysis, if we take this little range low here, we have a clear range that we've been trading in. Extrapolate that forward, and you can see that A-Lab could actually hit a high of roughly 237. Don't know if it's going to hit it today, but now if we throw up a retrace of this zone here, you can see it's already busting through. Let me actually change this around. I'll throw up a retrace from this way. So yeah, you're already busting through the 618. So 229.27 looks promising. All right, so in and around this region, I'm looking at a short scalp. Whoops. Today. So we'll keep that A-Lab on watch because that one is coming into some critical resistance or just some overextension moves. And it's had a really, really good run to the upside here. But we should see just some minor profit taking in that name. I do like that setup. All right, so the Russell's still staying strong. Let me flip to the S&P on my other screen. Yeah, that's still staying strong, pulling slightly off of that 654 zone, but acting quite well for S&P. All right, let's keep moving along through, see what else is shaking and moving. CoreWeave's seeing a nice bid today, guys. CRWV breaking out to the high side, doing a 3-bar surge on the daily chart. I love that pattern. Believe it or not, I still have CoreWeave going down lower on the overall trend. I think CoreWeave's going to 66 bucks. We're at 110 right now. So this is another one coming into a wide range red bar, potentially offering us a short trade. Let's just see what we have here. Let me throw in some of these key MAs. Yeah, so I would actually, this one could probably press to the 50-day today. That's looking a little bit likely that it could press there. That's a really interesting chart though. Let's just see what we're trading off of into this fib zone. Yeah, I would consider shorting it. I mean, if you want to go long CoreWeave, it looks like it's going to press to about 116 today, especially if Nvidia holds its gains, which it's gapping up. Hitting your 20-day resistance here, so there is some resistance. You know, there might be a short scalp on Nvidia as well, but I don't know. When Nvidia gets going, it really gets going. It's tough to try to fade. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. So we touched base on A-Lab already. Antelope Enterprises? What the heck? AEHL. AEHL. Look at this name. Up a couple 100%. The moves in some of these names is just mind-blowingly crazy. Absolutely crazy. VRT, Veritiv Holdings, gapping to the high side here. Pretty strong chart bouncing off of that. I wish I saw this chart. That's actually a clinical long off of that EMA daily chart. That one's probably going to try to push for new all-time highs over the coming weeks. That's a very good chart. Wow. I wish I saw that on the swing chart. Excuse me. All right, RKT is actually another one, guys, that I think there's a favorable short setup here. We are into an interesting zone, busting through that vicinity, busting through your previous all-time highs. RKT's had a really, really stunning move to the upside. Nice gap up today. I love trading gap ups because we often see them get faded. If you've tuned into this stream numerous times, we love shorting gap ups, guys. All right, AVAV reporting earnings. This one's not a bad chart as well. I've been watching it for a long setup, guys, AVAV, and I was tempted to buy when it came down here, especially when you're backtesting these two major pivot highs. But I was still thinking that it needed to tap that daily chart EMA. But so far, this chart looks pretty constructive on the larger time frame, like it wants to press higher. You can see it came right into that weekly 20 after busting through an all-time high. Charts like this, most cases get bought up. Most cases. All right. Oracle still holding on to the majority of its gains. Very interesting. See what else we got shaking and moving. So those are some of the top gainers that we just went through. We'll go through some of your losers on the session. Q triple M down sharply. Look at that breakout yesterday, down over 60% now. Look at that bullish trap this morning. That is filthy. Filthy. NBIS seeing a little bit of sell side pressure after that huge move yesterday. This is printed a daily hanging man candle. Anyone knows anything about daily chart patterns or technical candles, that is a bearish candle on high volume. This likely has put in a bit of a near term top. Maybe you want to sweep the high, but that one becomes a short. I do think that is a good short. Chewy today under quite a bit of pressure. That name looked like it was breaking out, having a bit of a failed breakout on the daily chart. They say from failed patterns come big moves. We'll see if this one wants to retest lower. I wouldn't really buy this one anymore. I was looking at it for a long down here, but this one's now cooked to the downside. And I mean, maybe you get some support off of your daily 200 moving average, but Chewy probably is a short to pop kind of a day today. RAPP, that's continuously gapping down, coming lower. That octo chart, guys, is continuously under a little bit of pressure, still holding quite sharply at the highs. Netflix this morning, kind of mixed, slightly down, so not really doing too much, under a little bit of pressure while the rest of the market takes hold. RBRK rubric, that chart's looking like a very strong daily chart pattern. But that being said, rubric has come under a little bit of pressure off of its earnings. I think that this name probably is going to get bought up. You know, you really want to see them defend this area here, so you are into a bit of an aggressive long area. So rubric is one that if you don't have any positions, you could likely take a fill off of this trend line. But again, if you start getting a close below that, then you better have a tight stop loss in place. All right. See what else is moving. Goldman Sachs down a little bit this morning, so financials are under a little bit of pressure, not too much. Let's look at JP Morgan. Just do a quick peek at the sectors to see what is occurring right now. So all indices are green right now. You do have your retail stocks under pressure. That's kind of interesting considering GME is strong. XRT is slightly negative. Materials XLB is down. XLC Communications is down. Energy XLE is showing some positive strength with crude oil trying to bounce yet again. Financials are showing some clear distribution. They're one of the weaker sectors on the tape. You have industrial slightly negative. You have consumer staples also negative on the session. They're showing some clear distribution signals. And then real estate. So between real estate, staples, and financials, those are your weakest sectors on the tape. Healthcare also slightly lower today. Really where you're seeing strength, guys, is one sector alone, XLK. So XLK is kind of like a black hole today. It is just eating up all of that liquidity this morning because of Oracle, Nvidia, and certain mega caps. So Qs are probably going to remain steady here, while we likely will see RSP go through a bit of distribution today. So I think that there's going to be some relative weakness in the other components of the market, specifically around financials, materials, real estate, and healthcare and staples. But XLK is just roaring. I mean, up 2%, new all-time highs on XLK. That is crazy, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, let me just see if there's any other news worth mentioning. Hitting the tape here, guys. Uber Eats partners with Pipe to offer embedded working capital access U.S. restaurants. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Uber. Let's look at UNH here. So that one's taking a minor breather. Baba taking a little bit of a breather. Baidu, guys. Baidu gapping up, trying to push for new highs. PDD still looking strong. So certain China names are still looking strong, while others like Neo and Baba are going through a bit of distribution and sell side pressure. Let's look at XPEV. That's also gapping down. Tesla holding a little bit steady here. Rivian holding a little steady. So crypto's doing quite well today. Ethereum trying to make a little bit of a push. Bitcoin also giving us a little bit of a higher high print. Another day where gold is still testing those highs, but that should come in. Obviously, it doesn't help that the Dixie had a little bit of a dip, but the Dixie's recovering pretty much all of its losses after that dip. So big dip down. Now the Dixie's right back inside that consolidation zone. So that leads me to think that this market probably sees a bit of a reversal off of the highs today. I am leaning towards that. Today you're seeing open trying to hold steady yet again inside of that bearish reversal, but trying to firm up. Apple's still weak on the tape. That one saw a horrific move to the downside. So Apple yet again testing a pretty big area. It's volume weighted point of control, sorry. You can see a lot of volume was traded in here. That's kind of what Apple's bouncing off of and holding right now. If Apple loses this volume area, then we're looking like a move down to 229, kind of your gap fill. So Apple's certainly, and this is actually a clean back test on Apple. Nice 1, 2, 3, 4 days of consecutive selling. I wouldn't be surprised if they buy Apple up here, which they already are in the pre-market. All right. Again, JP Morgan still negative. Scrolling through the master list, guys, seeing if there's any other charts that are worth mentioning right now. Let me go back to the most active. Vimeo, Guggenheim, blah, blah, blah. See if there's any unusual volume trends worth mentioning on some tickers. Nothing there. Okay, let's go to the most traded stocks right now. Wow, those are crazy. Oracle's obviously up there. Kind of your high flyers here that are just trading to the upside. Those are some of your higher volume names. Nothing really to do there. Let's look at APP. AppLovin still trying to push to the upside. Robinhood still strong, trying to push to the upside. SMCI having a really strong continuation move. So certain semiconductors are acting quite well today. And semiconductors are very strong, guys. SOXX. Looking like SOXX is going to try to sweep these highs today. Whether or not it does, we'll find out. But you're well past that gap fill. There might be an aggressive short here around 254 and change. But SOXX and semis look very strong this morning. Very strong. Nuclear stocks are showing some strength today. So SMR holding steady. And this is actually a bit of an aggressive long. SMR looks very strong off of this area, guys. Oklo holding some structure, trying to put in a higher low. Let's look at uranium. Yeah, uranium is still a beast. I mean, you're trying to now trigger another inverse head and shoulders to take you higher. I mean, look at this pattern on uranium. Uranium is just going through a bit of a melt up. This is instead of a nuclear meltdown, it's a nuclear melt up. Wow, uranium is priced for new highs, guys. So keep SMR on watch because that's back tested your EMA on the daily. It's probably hitting your weekly 20. Yep, weekly 20 moving average off of a high pivot. This is a clinical swing trade setup, guys. If you wanted to learn something for today, this is a high proven strategy. When a stock sells off from an all-time high, which is what SMR did, and it comes right into your daily chart EMA 113 and chops around there for a bit. Usually that first tap of that EMA is a very solid area to buy, but sell off from all-time highs into your daily chart EMA 113, a previous major high pivot point, as well as your weekly 20 moving average. There's three technical factors there that often yield, it's about an 80% chance of a bounce. So 80% chance and odds in our market are extremely, extremely positive. So if there's anything that you take away from today, just simply trying to identify those little trade setups is a very, very, very good risk to reward zone to enter. Doesn't always work, but I mean, 80% with position management, if you're not if you can't make money off of that little strategy alone on the swing trade side, you're doing something wrong. You're obviously oversizing, but again, all-time high sell-off into your daily chart EMA 113 with a previous high pivot point and your weekly chart 20 moving average. That is a clinical strategy. Notice how they have a little bit of a head and shoulders formation trying to start. That's designed to rope in more bear liquidity before they pop it in their face. All right, I'm just scrolling through here. I'm going to grab some more coffee and then we're going to settle in here for the open. Again, I do have my A plus setups that I'm looking at. So we'll watch A-Lab. We're going to watch GameStop. And honestly, the S&P looks like maybe a fade at some point. Gap ups. S&PS is also on watch for a long. This name, poof. That is filthy. You're going to sweep this pivot low. Look at this volume here on S&PS going back to May off of an earnings sell-off and then a monster move. So they love gapping this stock down earning and then just buying it back up on the cheap. Longer term trend, the stock is still in a bullish uptrend, but we got to be watching for this name because it's had a filthy move down. That is just nasty. I mean, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Wow. Wall Street was not expecting that, down 27%. Micron's having another strong day as well. This chart's getting a little bit extended, but still holding bullish technical structure, guys. So Micron's still trying to play out of this inverse head and shoulders, which should have an upside move to about 150. Okay. Um, I'm gonna grab more coffee and then we'll settle in. 13 minutes till the open, guys. Get ready. 13 minutes till the open. I'm gonna go split screen here. I am going to have the S&P chart up here. And right now the S&P, actually the Russell's the weakest, guys. The Russell is the weakest right now. Let's take away these key moving averages. A lab here. I will be right back with some coffee. you, Kevin. Thank you. I was muted. Yes, I was. So it's a decent gap up this morning. So again, I'm going to watch a few of these names. I'm watching ALAB, SMPS, obviously Oracle, but Oracle's a tough one. But I do like this ALAB for a short. Yep, hopefully they hold it near the highs here. I mean, so you would think so, right? You're trading into a 3 standard deviation band, which is extremely, extremely rare and stretched. Um, but it's extended. But I mean, we've seen these markets. You would have to favor a pullback for sure. It's certainly not a bad risk to reward to at least try to short it, but the problem is you could get some additional short covering in this name off the open, so they might keep it a little bit elevated. But one, there's two things that could happen here. Obviously, there's profit taking, but then there's short covering as well. So we'll just have to see. It's not really that much of a shorted stock, but you could also have funds that are under positioned in the name having to now chase the stock higher. So it's a really tough name to do anything with right now, but you would favor a pullback. I think there are better setups today to short, in my opinion. But yeah, you would favor a pullback there, curveballs. I'd be shocked if it doesn't give back. I think it's going to play out kind of what AVGO did, right? You know, AVGO from the highs also had a nice reversal. This was a range of what? Let's just go from that high when it opened. It was about a 6.81% range, but it actually hit all the way up here. So realistically, it was about an 8% move to the downside there on AVGO. But SPY is into an aggressive short level, 653.84. There's definitely some resistance up here. We fulfilled a little bit of a near-term target on the S&P. Just a little bit of a near-term target. You're trading at the top of a wedge pattern on SPY. It's aggressive to short this market off of the open, but again, you are gapping. If you move past 654, it's an aggressive short level. So as always, the first few minutes, guys, are designed to break people's accounts. So no sense in rushing into anything. There will be opportunity today. If you're the trader that FOMOs and wants to enter something right off of the open, then by all means, but just keep your position management down or lower. But I wouldn't be surprised if the S&P tries to come in a little bit off of the highs. So all right, 1 minute here. Yeah, Nvidia looks like it wants to retest the highs. There's a little bit of resistance at play. You're hitting a nice daily chart moving average, but it looks like Nvidia wants to at least head to about 177.50. Buying any of the IPOs coming up, GEMI, STUB, or FIGR. Um, we'll discuss that. Just remind me to answer that. Ask me that question in about 30 minutes or so while we let this market settle out. Wow. Oracle still holding steady. The S&P is coming in, guys. S&P, come on, A-Lab, give me a little bit more push. Wow, S&PS, guys, getting smoked, down 30% right now. Oracle coming in. That's crazy. Nvidia is starting to come in. Nvidia hit my upside resistance right off of the open there. It's a big mover. Amazon still struggling. Apple struggling. Google struggling now. A-Lab's gone negative. Interesting. A-Lab is coming in pretty hard. Oracle still staying strong. Let's look at the S&P. S&P is coming in off of that TP zone, guys. So we are seeing some distribution there. Net distribution. Wow, S&PS. Look at this move down on S&PS, guys. That's crazy. That is filthy. That's a long level on S&PS, guys. That's hitting an exhaustion move down. You've swept some lower liquidity. If you're wanting to trade S&PS long at the off of the lows here, that's definitely a long level. Let's see what else is going on here. Oracle still staying firm. Octo now down 15. Dragonfly showing some strength. Ethereum still doing well. Oracle new high. S&PS still getting rocked. A-Lab still coming under pressure. Oracle still at the highs. Wow, that's filthy move. Filthy move. Look at this S&PS, guys. I don't know how oversold that is, but that is extremely oversold on S&PS. Open is trying to go from green to red. Potentially a head and shoulders pattern on open door here. Let's see if this wants to play out and give us a nice continuation move down on open. Nvidia still up 3.44%. We discussed PPI numbers in the morning session. Right now we're just going to be trading, but the PPI numbers came in drastically cooler, which is showing disinflationary pressures. Not deflation, but disinflationary. Obviously that's hurt the dollar in the near term. It lowered interest rates, lowered the dollar, but at some point disinflationary pressures obviously um, will impact stocks in a negative way, guys. Okay. But obviously a cooler print. Algos are buying. S&P 500. IWM is ripping here. Let's look at SPY again. SPY still staying near the highs here. SPY still could head up to this key resistance trend line. Look at these little pivot highs that we haven't really officially tapped yet. So SPY still could push a little bit higher here. Just a little bit. Opens under pressure this morning. Octo still down. Oracle up 35%. Remarkable price action. Apple negative, Meta negative, Google struggling, Tesla ripping, Nvidia ripping. Semiconductors are taking all of the liquidity right now, guys. Semiconductors are taking all of the liquidity right now. Let me just remove some of these ATRs. So open door coming in, SPY's still pushing. Look at SPY ripping here, pushing to the upside. Let's put SPY on this screen here. Big extension move to the upside on the S&P. A-Lab continuously coming in. That was a top short. Let's look at MP. That's still coming in. IWM is still ripping, guys. So small caps are liking the lower interest rates. CoreWeave up 15% and flying. CRWV absolutely moonshotting here on CoreWeave. This is a resistance zone. You're into the gap. There's an aggressive short on the market right here, guys. There is an aggressive short on the market. I'm going to wait personally until SPY hits above 654. But CoreWeave is into an aggressive short zone. Let's flip back to that S&PS. Is it catching a bid? Wow, I just can't believe how dirty they've done this stock, guys. S&PS down 31%. Look at that monstrous gap down move. I mean, you're into a massive support zone here on SMPS. There's a daily chart gap. I mean, I would be shocked if they want to take this one lower, but our markets are so crazy and hyperbolic that they just like to do people dirty, man. But SMPS at the lows here, not a bad area just for a dead cap bounce, guys. Just for a dead cap bounce. Nvidia still holding structure. QQQ seeing a little bit of distribution. You have Neo is down 10%, guys. Look at NIO. Thank you very much, NIO. That is a filthy, filthy move down on NIO, guys. Free trade idea that I gave into the Telegram chat, NIO. I'd close my NIO $6 put. Beautiful little gain there. That's excellent trading right there. Let's keep looking at, let's see if Oracle's going to come in at all. Nothing yet for Oracle. Still holding near the highs. Anyone buying the dip on GME? Let's look at GME. Yeah, that's a dip buy. That's into the level, guys. GME long, if you want to keep a tight stop loss, this is the long level on GME. That is the long level. Good observation there, Kevin. Really good observation. There's just so many things making moves today. Oracle's up 35%. Nvidia up over 4. NIO down 10. Beautiful. SMCI still showing structure. Ethereum still doing well. BABA under pressure. Let's look at ALAB again. Yeah, ALAB's probably going to come back down to fill this gap, guys. ALAB's looking pretty weak. Semiconductors are still holding strength, but into a little bit of daily chart resistance up here, which is why you're seeing some sell side. Nvidia's just too freaking strong today. AMD coming in hard. Let's look at Broadcom, AVGO. Yeah, that's also looking like a short there. Wow. Open Door giving up the majority of its gains. It's looking like it wants to go negative here. Go negative, Open. ONDS. All right. I really want to get an entry on this S&PS, guys. They are just absolutely knifing this one. Daily RSI has fallen off of a cliff. If it goes any lower, I mean, this stock is going to go. It's a 2 RSI on the 10 minute. All right, 400 guys. I'm going to take a stab here on S&PS long. I have to take a stab here. Come on, one more little sweep of the lows. This is crazy. A 2 RSI on the 10-minute chart. If you don't bounce off of that, that is just crazy filthy. That's crazy. Wow. Look at the bounce. All right, we could bounce back to 410 easily, guys. We could easily bounce back to 410. Come on. Show me what you got. All right, S&P coming through a little bit of top wick distribution here. Some minor sell side pressure on SPY. Qs are coming in harder, guys. So here with all the tech performance, you actually have the Qs underperforming right now. So QQQ coming in pretty hard. That is troublesome. That is troublesome. Watch out below. This market is in for a little bit of a choppy price action. It seems like they're gapping and cracking it. Let's see if SPY wants to give up any of its gains. SPY's starting to get heavier now. S&PS still heavy, guys, under 400. All right, guys, I took a fill there on S&PS. I took a fill at 399.61, 399.61. This is a starter position. 399.61. I'm long S&PS. I will add to the position basically around every $5 lower. They're still trying to take it. We're sub 2 on the 10-minute RSI. That is crazy, crazy liquidation. $395.11. I got fill at second fill. $395.11. Second fill, guys. We're still going. My final fill will be $5 lower, around $390.11. And that would be a full position for me. But they are absolutely knifing S&PS down here. Extremely, extremely extended to the downside. What else we got going on? So China stocks are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure here. SNDL going slightly negative. S&P still could push higher to about 654 and change. Wow, look at them taking this downtown on S&PS. We're now down 35%. Oracle still at the highs, pushing for 340 here on ORCL. What a beast. What a beast. All right, third and final fill there on S&PS. Third and final fill. I will not add to the position anymore. We'll see if we can get any sort of a dead cap technical bounce. That's all we're looking for a trade on this one. You could get 35% down, could yield about a 3.5% bounce. So let's see if we can get a move back to about 400 or so. Oracle's still a beast right now. Qs are still coming in just a slightly little bit. Palantir strong on the session. CoreWeave up 20%. What a monster. Holy moly. Neo still down 7. We've taken profit. Oracle up 40%. That is filthy. All right, guys. Big bounce here on S&PS. Come on. Take us. Nice bounce on S&PS, guys. Markets are looking like they're trying to trend a little bit more. Come on. Give me more S&PS. Tesla still down, Google still down, Apple down, Microsoft down, Amazon getting slapped down 3%. Wow. Amazon is getting slapped right now, guys. Take a look at that. You wouldn't expect that. Look at it dripping. Oh my goodness gracious me, doing a liquidity sweep of that impulse candle. That is filthy, guys. Amazon's a bit of a long off of the 230.16 zone. That's not looking too bad. Wow, they are taking some stocks down. That is crazy. Look at Amazon fall, guys. That's crazy. SPY still holding strength from your semis, but Nvidia's now starting to curl down. Let's look at A-Lab again. A-Lab's starting to melt away, guys. That name's under pressure. AMD still acting well. S&P 500 going for another high of day push. IWM still acting very, very well. Come on, S&PS. SPY is a short above the 654.16 zone. Nvidia is starting to come in just a little bit, guys. So Nvidia running into a little bit of near-term distribution. Apple down 1.9, getting slapped around. Amazon getting slapped around. Microsoft just turned negative. Google down 0.58. Meta down 1.47. So you just have such concentration in semiconductors and Oracle that it's really keeping a lid on this market. That is pretty much it. You're starting to see a lot of other names turning to the downside. You're looking at your S&P 500 sectors. XLK is your bright spot. Utilities are doing well today. Energy doing extremely well. Small caps are trying to firm up just a little bit more now. Oil is acting well. Bitcoin's acting well. All right, here we go. S&PS is starting to bounce here, guys. Starting to bounce. Come on. Come on, S&PS. TP1, guys. I'm going to look to trim half. Move stop to break even. Come on. Give us more. Give us more. Give us more, S&PS. Keep going. Keep going. Oracle's starting to come in a little bit. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of top wick distribution, but still acting pretty decent on the tape. Baba down 1.26%. Nat Gas getting clapped down 1.75%. Solar stocks are hanging in there. QQQ. It's amazing to see the Qs are struggling. The Qs are the weakest indice right now, guys. So if anyone is shorting anything, it should be the NASDAQ here. Specifically how extended Oracle is. Good play on S&PS. Thank you. Yeah, that was just two. I haven't seen a 2 RSI on the 10-minute chart. I don't know. It's been freaking. I don't even know when I last time I saw that, but a 2 RSI? Like I know RSI isn't an ideal trading tool alone. It just signifies momentum, and that's clear momentum. But two? Come on, give me a break. Qs are coming in hard. S&P 500 getting rejected off that TP zone, guys, that we have identified. You can see struggling at that resistance. It's a pretty big resistance level. So far, the markets are looking to gap and crack below that opening range, guys. Come on, S&PS, give me more, give me more. Come on. We're up about $5. I'm looking for about $10 to $15 per a share here on S&PS, guys. Looking for about $10 to $15. Come on. Since the market's a little bit distributive here, guys, I am going to keep a break-even stop loss on this S&PS. Break-even. My average is sitting here at this 395.11 zone, guys. Why is that not allowing me to? Come on, S&P, you're under a little bit of pressure. Yep, bull crush below, absolutely. All right, IWM still holding steady. Qs are trying to break that opening range. SPY looking a little bit heavier here. Oracle starting to come in just a touch here. Amazon still down 3. Nvidia up 3.8. Microsoft just barely green. Apple down 1.9%. Is there a buy on Apple here? Apple was bracing through some pretty key levels here into a gap fill zone. It's fulfilled the downside head and shoulders move, but what a dump there on Apple. That is just filthy. Filthy, eh? Let's look at MBIS here. That's a short, guys. Nebius sweeping the highs. That's crazy. Let's look at A-Lab again. A-Lab is getting faded. That was an A+ short setup. Come on, markets. What are you doing? IWM seeing a little bit of top wick distribution, guys. We do have some, do we have any 10 a.m. data coming out? I don't think so. I don't think we have any 10 a.m. data coming out. We got some wholesale inventories coming out in 5 minutes. It's not too much, but crude oil inventories will be certainly interesting. China stocks are going through a little bit of distribution now. Nvidia is still seeing some sell side pressure. IWM coming in a little bit. Let's look at CoreWeave here because that had a huge move. Yeah, CoreWeave, it's an aggressive short up here, guys, but CoreWeave is a definite short up here. I'm going to take some put options on CoreWeave, guys. CRWV. Just as a day trade. I think the risk to reward is certainly interesting up here. Let's go with a 119 put. Let's go with a 115. 117. 117 is not bad. All right, guys, I'm going to go with a 117 put on CoreWeave here. It's a high risk trade, but I do like it for a short. CoreWeave put, guys. I am in a CoreWeave put 117 put for the end of the week. 117 put for the end of the week. China stocks are certainly coming under pressure. Stop loss on CoreWeave is going to be $2, guys. Let's play ball. Still long S&PS, short CoreWeave. Look at this Octo stock, guys. Octo is coming down. Look at that. We're still short Octo, but Oracle's still a beast. Not really doing much up here other than holding steady. Crazy, eh? Super strength. S&PS still seeing some strength here. CoreWeave's still trying to push. S&P 500 holding at 653.30. Qs are still your weaker indice. CoreWeave's still trying to push up here. Remarkable. Remarkable. Up 21% on the tape. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady here. Oracle still trying to push. CoreWeave is still trying to push. Nvidia curling slightly down. I'm not going to stop out of my CoreWeave yet. I'm going to give it some time here. It's getting a little, it's pretty stretched here. Pretty stretched here. Trying to break out of this. You know, maybe CoreWeave wants to go to 124. Could go to 124. Nvidia is starting to come in just a little bit. Still holding my CoreWeave. IWM trying to push a little bit higher now. Oracle still holding strength. Neo still under a lot of pressure. Dragonfly DPRO, that's pushing. SMCI, what a day on SMCI. That's name still showing unrelenting strength. Look at CoreWeave ripping here. Trying to take my puts away from me. That's okay though. They are squeezing this market. S&P 500 trying to push higher. IWM trying to push higher. CoreWeave is now pushing through that massive zone. I entered a little bit early, but I still think the trade can work out. Huge extension move. 91 on the 10 minute. Wow, crazy. Nvidia is still starting to curl down a little bit. Come on, SMPS. Push to the upside. Nat Gas still struggling. QQQ is hanging on to its opening range low. Looking like it potentially could run into a bit of distribution here. If it loses its opening range low, Qs are probably going to go negative here. That's what it's looking like. Whoa. CoreWeave still trying to push. Oracle going for another high. QQQ catching a really decent bid right now. IWM going for another high of day. Spread on CoreWeave is starting to blow out a little bit. I'm still holding down on the trade, but I'm still going to hold. Got some time on these contracts, so. SMPS trying to make a nice little push here. Come on, SMPS. Take us green. Take us to that target price. You're so oversold. We know you want to. Or we've starting to come in just a little bit. Punch through on SMPS, guys. I'm getting ready to trim. I'm going to move stop loss up to that first entry around 400. I'm moving my stop loss up on SMPS. This is beautiful. Protecting the SMPS trade with now an in the money stop. Come on, hit TP1. Get ready to trim on SMPS. Wow, TTD's coming in. I'm getting probably collapsing TTD. I'm getting an alert on that name. Wow, TTD sweeping the lows after that earnings gap down. Here we go, baby. I like that. How low can you go? How low can you go? All right, CoreWeave still acting very well, but coming in just a little bit. Come on, S&PS. One more little punch through. You know you can do it. Still extremely oversold on your 5 and 10 minute. Again, I have an in the money stop, guys, at $400 now on S&PS. The trade is not going against me. I repeat, the trade is not going against me. CoreWeave starting to come in. Been a little bit patient with this name. S&P 500 is tapping a short level, guys. SPY is tapping a short level. SPY puts up here are favorable. SPY puts up here are favorable. I repeat, 654 puts, even 653 puts should work out. All right. I'm just going to manage the trades that I have right now. Nice reversal down on CoreWeave starting. Come on, S&PS. Give me more. Give me more. The spread on CoreWeave is starting to blow out just a little bit here. QQQ pushing, IWM coming in. Apple still down 2.3, Meta down 1.4. Google slightly red, Amazon down 2.3. Big bounce on Amazon. Come on, CoreWeave, come on in. SMCI still doing wonders. That's up 5% on the tape, guys. Wow, what a beast move on SMCI. Huge, huge move. SMPS coming in just a little bit here. Trying to run into a bit of sell side resistance. Come on, SMPS. Stay strong. Stay strong. SPY's still trying to push here. A little bit of a buy the dip coming back into this market. China stocks are slowly going negative. DPRO, Dragonfly, making a really big push here. Come on, SMPS. CoreWeave starting to come in, guys. S&P still trying to push here. Nvidia up over 4. CoreWeave starting to work out here, guys. CRWV coming in. Come on. Come on in, CoreWeave. Come on in. Here we go. We're finally in profit on the CoreWeave trade. I want these 117s to get in the money. Come on. Give me more. Give me more. Might be being a little bit greedy, but that's okay. Oracle up 40% still in ripping. Come on, CoreWeave, knife it. So first trim target on CoreWeave is any sort of a knife into this dotted line here, guys. TP1 is first trim. SMPS, make sure you're monitoring that trade because that one is starting to get a little bit heavier here. Again, I have a break-even stop loss. Sorry, I have an in-the-money stop loss right at 400, guys. So, which is just about 1% up on the trade. It's about to stop me out. Very close. All right, guys, I'm out of SMPS for about a just over $4.60 gain. I'm out. I got stopped at 400. Stopped out for a win on SMPS. Okay, so that's our first little win on the trade for SMPS. Let's look at this S&P 500. That is an aggressive short zone on SPY. Trying to break out of that opening range high though. Let's just flip SPY here on this chart and we'll keep CoreWeave here. Come on down, CoreWeave. SPY's still trying to trend through that opening range high. We should get a backtest zone, so they're going to probably punish the breakout buyers here on SPY. We should see a bit of distribution. All right, guys, I'm going to look to get into 654 SPY puts, 0 DTE. I repeat, 654 0 DTE SPY puts. That's what I'm looking at. Apple still near the lows. CoreWeave, we're still short. CRWV. SPY's still trying to press here a little bit. Definitely some resistance up here. We're officially tagging and trying to pierce that upsloping resistance trend line that I gave you guys. We're well past that zone. We're into that 654 handle. Again, this is an aggressive short level, but it should work out for SPY. Come on, give me one more little sweep higher. Well, that's a nice little initial pullback there on SPY. SPY's trying to hold a bit of a breakout out of our opening range high. We'll see if this is another liquidity grab. So SPY made new highs, QQQ has not, and the Russell has not. So still quite a bit of divergence. And again, you're looking at selling under the hood, Meta, Netflix, Lilly, Amazon, Dow components selling off, Nvidia saturation, semiconductor saturation. Come on back down. Come on back down. Oracle still holding some structure, but coming in just a little bit. Oracle's into that 3 standard deviation move. Google looks like it's trying to come lower now. Its 10-minute RSI is 97.50. That is insane. CoreWeave coming in hot, guys. CoreWeave coming in hot. I like it. I like it a lot. Here we go. Let's make some money on CoreWeave, guys. Let's make some money. Come on, CoreWeave. Chop it down, CRWV. All right, it's a high risk trade, but Oracle, if Oracle makes one more sweep of the high, guys, one more sweep of the high and Oracle becomes a short. I'm looking at the 340 zone. Oracle scalp short at a pierce of 340, guys. Pierce of 340 and Oracle becomes very interesting. You're seeing Nvidia now curling down. IWM seeing some distribution. S&P still holding near that area. Oh my goodness, TTD is going lower, guys. I can't believe I just got an alert. TTD sweeping those lows. That is insane price action for trade desk today. Wow. Look at that move down for TTD. That is just disgusting. I keep dropping my alert lower and lower and lower and it just keeps tagging it. I mean, I'm going to now drop it even lower. But TTD gets interesting down here. Very strong divergence. It could catch a bit of a bounce here as well. All right, CoreWeave, come on. Knife it, CoreWeave. Take our puts in the money. Let's print it. Let's print it. Okay, so you can see the distribution. Qs are trying to press a little bit higher here in the near term. IWM still holding some positive structure, but coming in off of prior day high. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady here. SMCI up over 5.5. That one is shaking and moving to the upside. Beast. Oracle's piercing 340, guys. Whoa, new high of day for Oracle. New high of day for Oracle. Look at CoreWeave dump. Come on, pay us, CoreWeave. The spread is blowing out on the 117 puts, guys. You can't even take a dollar spread fill here. Come on, CoreWeave. Dump it, dump it, dump it, dump it. Oracle is just a machine. Holy moly, guys. Holy moly. Google at 52-week high. Yep. Google at 52-week high. Markets are in a full trend environment. Oracle at 341 now. Holy moly. Beastin'. Beasting. That is just a filthy move for Oracle. I mean, I'm tempted to short it up here now, guys. 341? Wow. That is just crazy. Crazy. Palantir and Hadeen announced partnership. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, guys. SPY, one more sweep of the high. I'm getting into 654 puts. I was going to take a fill off of that initial candle and I never got an entry, but one more sweep of the high and I'm going to take 654 0 DTEs. It's a crazy move on Oracle. That is just filthy. Nvidia is starting to get heavy here, guys. NVDA starting to come in just a little bit. Let's look at AMD. That's coming in. Apple still near the lows. Meta still seeing a little bit of a bounce, but under some near-term pressure. Google obviously hanging in there. What an epic bounce on Google. Amazon. Yeah, Amazon bouncing nicely. CoreWeave still under pressure. Let's look at that SMPS again. That's still bouncing if anyone's holding that. You're still in the driver's seat. TTD still coming in on trade desk. That is filthy, guys. That is filthy. Let's see some of those biggest volume movers again. Neo still down 9. Amazon down. SoFi's going negative, guys. SoFi under some pressure this morning. Vimeo. Synopsis downgraded. TTD, thank you. Appreciate that. Look at Vimeo today. Holy moly. I guess it's the buyout. All right, CoreWeave is set to pay us, guys. CoreWeave is still coming in. SPY still sweeping that high. That's technically a short zone, guys. I'm going to enter SPY puts here. This is just a starter position. I got filled at 67 cents, 654 put on SPY. All right, so I'm short SPY. CoreWeave just came into that first target price. I never took a fill because I was managing and entering a SPY position here. But I am looking at trimming CoreWeave into that first initial zone. Let's see what the spread is. Spread is still pretty wide. I want to see a nice hard candle down on CoreWeave. John saying ON filling its gap from April. Let's take a look at ON. Yeah, look at that. That's a nasty decline as well, down 2.28% on the session. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Crazy, eh? Its gap fills around 42.66. It looks like it wants to go down there. That does look like it wants to go down there. All right, guys, CoreWeave still looking a little bit heavier here. SPY, again, I'm short CoreWeave. I'm short SPY up here. Just a starter position. I would add to SPY at a Pierce of 655. So we did short it right at that sweep high. Come on, CoreWeave, give me a nice bounce. All right, Oracle coming off of that 340 area pretty hard. A 6-point fall for Oracle. Come on down, SPY. Pay us. CoreWeave, come on, CoreWeave. Come on down, CoreWeave. Imagine they gap and crack this market all the way to the negative side today. SPY seeing a nice heavy reversal. Come on down. Come on down. CoreWeave's about to pay us. SPY, what an entry there on SPY. We've been patient with this so far. So again, I took a fill at 67 cents on the 654 SPY put. SPY coming in hard here. Beautiful. Oracle coming in. Apple new low of day. Look at that. 654 puts are in the money. Beautiful. Beautiful. TP1, I'm going to trim half right back at this opening range high on SPY. Move stop to break even and let the rest run, guys. We could see a really hard fall on SPY now, especially if Oracle starts to give up. Remember, this rally in the market today is super, super saturated. You have some real material weakness under the hood of this market. So there is some severe, severe price manipulation going on because of such strength, overwhelming strength in semiconductors and Oracle today. So don't be surprised if you see the S&P have a nice red bar hard sell, especially if the semis. I mean, Apple's just melting here. New low of day. AMD still up 3%. Apple down 2.5%, getting clobbered. Oracle still up 38%. CoreWeave still up 18%. Big bounce back up on the S&P 500. Come on, CoreWeave, dump it. Dump it. UNH today under a little bit of pressure, so nice exiting our UNH calls yesterday. BABA as well. We took full profits on BABA yesterday. Baidu, look at that gap and crack on Baidu today. That is just filthy. Ethereum still doing quite well on the tape. Gold still strong. Crude oil strong. Crude oil inventories in 10 minutes, guys. Crude oil inventories in 10 minutes. SPY floating right back to the highs. You can see CoreWeave trying to bounce off of its opening range here. SPY puts are basically right back to flat. Right back to flat. Nvidia still up 3.76. Google still up 0.5%. Duolingo up 3.5. PDD down, Lulu down, Open still showing a little bit of strength. IWM still consolidating at 238. Bitcoin up 2.38. So this crude oil inventory report is going to be pretty important for the market, guys. 10:30. Look at Apple. Apple just has no love, guys. No love. Nvidia is still looking like it's coming in a little bit. SOX still looking pretty strong. Let's look at Broadcom. Broadcom at the highs, coming in a little bit. ASML, that's gone negative. Let's look at Taiwan Semi, still near the highs. SMCI, still pumping here. OKTA, that's gone full on reversal. On Semiconductor, full on reversal. So you're seeing a lot of these stocks coming under some pressure here in the near term. CoreWeave though, still trying to bounce off that opening range high. SPY still showing a little bit of distribution. Nvidia trying to make a little bit of a run higher here. Oracle still coming in off of that 341 level. Nice little 6-point, but still remarkably strong. Let's look at TTD again. Wow, going right back down to the lows. SMPS still under a lot of pressure on SMPS, guys. Still under quite a bit. CoreWeave, all right, come on, CoreWeave. Take us back down, CoreWeave. Come on. You know you want to. All right, Oracle's still seeing a little bit of distribution. Qs are still acting quite well. Meta trying to bounce a little bit. Tesla still up 1%. China equity still showing some distribution under a little bit of pressure on China. Look at this DPRO, guys. Dragonfly gets these really big intraday moves. Still looking like it's trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders on DPRO. If it does, we have a 650 target on watch. That's still a common share position I've been battling and sitting through. GME, let's take a peek at GME. Yeah, GME is right at the highs. Wow, look at that. So that bounce level is proving to be a machine. Look at that move. GME trying to break out of a bull flag pattern here intraday. An ascending triangle with a flat top. GME looks like it's going to squeeze, guys. That's looking pretty strong right now, GME. It is looking really strong, actually. So GME, lotto calls. And interestingly enough, GME hit all the way up to 2670 here. New high of day for GME. Nice observation there. I forgot about GME. That was one that we discussed in the pre-market and said it's a long. And look at it. They're trying to squeeze GME. And GME is typically a bit of an inverse play, right? Markets can go down and we've seen GME push up. So I'm actually looking at some $26 calls on GME for the end of the week as a bit of a lotto. I'm just probably going to get about, I don't know, 10 calls. I'm still going to stay net short today with um, CoreWeave and SPY, but keep that on watch. GME, it is starting to squeeze. SPY is still running into a little bit of top wick distribution here. SPY still running into a little bit of distribution here, guys. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Like it's trying to sell off yet again, guys. So CRWV still holding short that name, looking like it wants to go lower. Come on, CoreWeave. Take it down. Boom. Come on, GME. GME still trying to hold here. GME looks like it's in squeeze mode, guys. Short squeeze mode. Come on, GME. Still looking a little bit heavier off of this region. CoreWeave starting to come in a little bit, guys. CoreWeave coming in. Come on, CoreWeave. Come on, SPY. Alright, again, TP1, guys, is a pierce of this opening range on SPY. Since we tapped TP1 here on CoreWeave, I am going to lower my TP target, my first trim on CoreWeave, just a little bit lower here, considering we already tapped it. I'm going to lower it just above that 117 strike zone. Come on down. Nvidia is still holding steady. QQQ still trying to press. IWM has a little bit of top wick distribution. SPY is still trying to hold above 654 like a rock star. CoreWeave still trying to hold. Again, what's interesting about GME, guys, is its daily 200 moving average is sitting right at 2604. So that's probably where they might try to squeeze it to today. But GME breaking out here, it's looking like it could go through that short squeeze event, guys. It's certainly coiled enough on the daily chart. A lot of choppy price action, but GME, come on. Let's try to squeeze that name. All right, IWM, a little bit of top wick distribution. SPY puts are starting to work out quite nicely. Octo still down 14. Lulu's still struggling. China stock still under pressure. NEO down 9.55%. You're seeing a little bit of accumulation in utilities. Energy stocks doing well. SMCI fading a little bit. A little bit of top wick distribution in GME going on right now. SPY's starting to come in, guys. We're up nicely on our SPY puts. Come on. Come on. 654s are in the money. First trim on SPY is coming up into play, guys. CoreWeave still acting well. Interesting. Interesting. Look how heavy SPY's getting, guys. This is the town candle that I was looking for. Come on, SPY. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it, CoreWeave. QQQ seeing some top wick distribution. Oracle seeing a little bit of selling from the highs. Oracle's pre-market high is all the way at 322.50. You just bought a few TTD? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it does start to make sense down here. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just nervous that the markets come under pressure and then they put this name under pressure. All right, SPY calls are almost pushing up 50% here. I mean, sorry, SPY puts are almost pushing up 50% here. Come on. Come on, SPY. Knife it. CoreWeave still trying to bounce here. GME catching a bounce with the market. SPY catching another little bounce. IWM Qs are still holding pretty steady here. CoreWeave's just a stubborn stock right now. Does not want to go down. Let's look at VST. Yeah, what a beast there. Wow, guys. That is insane. Filthy. Filthy. Take a look at this VST, guys. What a beast. You know what's crazy about VST? I'll release the video, but this was my monthly pick for September was VST. I did a deep dive into VST's fundamentals, and anyone that watched that video, I mean, wow, that is crazy. That was my September pick of the month, and look at VST up 7% today. That's insane. Crazy move. Just shows you, sometimes it's not all about technicals, although I do believe price action leads. You can be a technical and a fundamental trader. You just you have the ability to just sharpen your skills that much more. But VST, I'll release that video maybe later today, or maybe I'll wait to see how it closes the month of September. But what a gap up today, 7% on VST. That is filthy. Crazy. CoreWeave still trying to press here. CoreWeave is a beast right now. S&P still going through a little bit of its distribution. Google getting slightly faded here from the highs, guys. Google is getting faded. Uh-oh. IWM still looking a little bit bullish up here, but also has some top wick distribution. BMNR 9% today. Very strong move for crypto stocks. Nvidia trying to push for yet again another high. Nvidia is looking like a beast. All right, SPY is coming into our first trim zone, guys. SPY puts are ripping here. Come on, 654s are in the money, but I want more. I want more. I want 50% at least on that first trim. Come on, SPY. Get ready, guys. Get ready on SPY. All right, guys. There is trim target one, $1.03, over 50% on first trim. Banger. Thank you very much. Moving stops to break even. This trade is risk-free. 53% win on those 0 DTEs, guys. Everyone had an opportunity to get in those with us. Bang. That's what I'm talking about. Please hit that like button, guys. 53% on first trim. Trade is risk-free. Leaving runners on the table. Let's see if they can crack this market to the downside. Let's go. Next is CoreWeave. CoreWeave should see a material dump, especially if this market softens up here. Qs are still holding steady. Banger. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I like it a lot. Again, from 67 cents to $1.03 on first trim, and we are set to probably make 100% on this trade, guys. That's what it's looking like in my opinion. All right, let's go. Making money here. Let's go. Come on, SPY, give us more. Beauty, guys, beauty. GameStop coming in just a little bit. Weave down. I want CoreWeave down. A big bounce on SPY there. Still seeing a buy the dip. QQQ stocks are still holding steady here. Come on. Next leg lower. Next leg lower. Come on. All right, what else do we have shaking and moving in this market today? Open still up slightly, but looking like it wants to go negative. Palantir doing extremely well today. Cypher doing well. MBIS still holding steady. Let's look at that A-Lab again. Yeah, bouncing. Bouncing nicely. GME still holding steady here. Come on, GME. Ascending triangle breakout. Give it to us. CoreWeave still acting well. Nvidia still trying to push a little bit here. SPY going for new lows. Come on. Come on, runners. Come on down, the S&P 500. Take us. Take us lower. This could be one nasty hourly chart liquidity grab. SPY right now is trying to lose that opening range high. Qs are still holding steady, so big divergence in this equity market today, guys. New lows there. Come on, S&P 500. You are chopping it down. Chop it down for us. We need IWM getting heavy here, guys. Amazon still down 1.84, Apple down 2.7, Google just slightly positive, Meta down 1.39, Tesla up 1.16, 351, Nvidia still a monster, CoreWeave still acting well, GME still trying to push. Look at that S&P 500 knifing, taking us even more in profit. Come on, let's see if we can get a couple 100% on these runners, guys. 654 puts are working out quite nicely. Quite nicely. If contracts hit $1.34, we'll be up 100%. Come on, CoreWeave, you're next. Take it lower, CoreWeave. Take it lower. SMCI seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Nat gas equities are still acting quite well. Big Bear AI trying to make a little bit of a push here. Looks like open may go negative as well. CoreWeave starting to see some distribution. Still seeing the markets holding positive price, but IWM is getting a little bit heavier here. Your NASDAQ component getting slightly heavier here. Nvidia is still near the highs of its chart. So that's what's keeping this market fairly buoyant right now is Nvidia. IWM looking heavier here. The Russell's coming in, guys. Ethereum has some top wick distribution. That name's starting to come in just a touch. Again, healthcare stocks are starting to break down a little bit more. Looking at CoreWeave, CoreWeave's coming in. Baidu's negative, Baba's negative, solar stocks getting some distribution. Bitcoin still acting well, Nat gas down a couple percent, Apple still down 2.68. Apple's sitting right at a major point of control volume area, so Apple could stage a bit of a bounce here. Here comes CoreWeave, guys. We're still short CoreWeave. I'm looking for TP1 to still come into play, guys. S&P 500 still trying to hold that 653 zone. CoreWeave curling slightly down. Apple could get a bounce here. If it doesn't bounce here, then Apple could go down to 227 Pierce. So Apple either bounces here or it goes down to 227. If it doesn't bounce here, then if it doesn't bounce, then we're going to take out the lows, guys, on Apple. And 227 is your better area. So I would consider taking a long on Apple down around 227, especially if it breaks the low of day here. NASDAQ QQQ is still looking very strong. Wow, look at Broadcom AVGO, guys. Just trending higher and higher here. What a remarkable move. Again, this market is saturated with a couple names, right? Your semiconductor components are just absolutely ripping and keeping this market from selling here. So semiconductors alone Looking at open here, guys. Open is starting to go negative. Let's see if open wants to trigger this head and shoulders, knees and toes. It's got a really nasty head and shoulders pattern on open. You're violating that first Fibonacci retrace level. You're still above prior day low in your opening range, but if you break this opening range low, that's from a green to red reversal on open, and you could see some more downward pressure for open. We'll see if that wants to break down. It's certainly been quiet. It's losing a little bit of its luster and attention in the market. Open's definitely coming under some pressure. GameStop still holding steady, trying to press a little bit more above its opening range high. It's a little bit of a battleground. Nvidia's going back for the highs. New high of day approaching for Nvidia. So that's acting very well. S&P is trying to push higher yet again. My oh my. Apple's still looking fairly weak here. Oracle still trying to hold steady. So right now the market is being propped up by realistically three stocks. Broadcom, AVGO, ORCL, Oracle, and Nvidia. Those three stocks alone are really skewing the technicals here, guys. Our market is saturated. And those three stocks alone, with the moves that they're seeing today, are keeping this market so saturated, guys. It is just remarkable to see. Look at SNPS, guys, new low of day, or going for a new low of day. So this is why you take stop losses on the chin. We still made money, but look at this. There is another buy zone down here that I would consider taking on the long side. But now it would have to sweep. It would have to really come into the next buy zone on SNPS. Aggressive zone would be this weekly pivot retest around 387-ish. So I'm actually going to put an alert there, because if we come down into that zone, I would consider taking another stab on the long side. All right. CoreWeave still up 19.4%, but I'm expecting it to come in at some point. IWM, guys, is getting much heavier here. Look at the Russell, looking like it's gapping and cracking. This could be a very bearish breakdown on the Russell, guys. This could be the very bearish breakdown on the Russell. This is losing all of its gains right now. That is some troublesome price action. GME, I have a stop loss in place. Nvidia is still holding steady. Wow. Look at the IWM gapping and cracking. Looks like one big liquidity trap on the Russell 2000. They are selling this indice, exiting stage left. That is crazy, guys. They're ripping that IWM much lower here. You have a potential bounce level around 236.60 on the Russell, but they are absolutely knifing it. Knifing it lower. I can't believe how much Broadcom is up. That's insane. Where does this liquidity come from, right? Have to wonder. Who's printing? Who's printing money? All right, yields are still soft. Dixie still negative. Dow Jones negative. Let's look at so right now SPY is up 0.52%. Let's look at RSP. Look at the relative strength in the S&P. It's gone negative, guys. That is telling us one thing. If those saturation stocks, like Nvidia, like Broadcom, and like Oracle, see any sort of distribution, it is going to take this market lower. Full on gap and crack on relative strength in the SPY, which is telling us that what? There's a lot of broad market selling happening under the hood of this market. Today you do have China stocks also under a bit of pressure. I mean, you've seen some really filthy moves in Baidu. You know, your Yang ETF is trying to carve out a bit of a double bottom W pattern here. CoreWeave still holding up remarkably well, trying to really rope in the rest of those shorts. Wow, craziness. SPY still holding steady here. AVGO Broadcom going for another new high of day. Another new high of day coming in. So again, 2 winning trades, day trades for us so far. We're waiting on CoreWeave. GME, that's under a little bit of pressure here. If you're long GME, just make sure you're managing that trade very closely. That Russell 2000 is still looking heavy, guys. The IWM looks like it wants to go negative. You have some support here around 236.60. That's probably where it's going at the minimum. But the Russell not looking too good here. That is just filthy. Filthy, guys. Wow. Nvidia just printed a new high of day. Nvidia prints a new high of day and they're trying to pump it higher. Broadcom trying to print a new high of day. You have Google getting sold into just a little bit, looking like it wants to go negative on the tape. CoreWeave still holding steady here. Nvidia has a little bit of top wick distribution. This potentially is where the market could stall out. If Nvidia sees sell side, we should see stalling in price action here. The Qs though look like they want that new high of day. Oracle trying to go for another high of day. So now you have a little bit of a net divergence occurring and Oracle still up 40%. That's fucking crazy. Sorry for my language, but that is just crazy on Oracle. Like what the heck? Oh my goodness gracious me. All right, let's see what else we got moving. Airbnb slightly negative. NIO still sucking on the day. IQ down 6.81%. Wow, Canada's going into a clear technical recession next quarter. Our yields are dropping like you cannot believe. And the odds are if Canada goes into recession, states are probably going to follow. Maybe it takes a little bit longer, but the two are still they're each other's largest trading partners. S&P is still down 34%. Humana, another continuation down move. Micron still holding steady. Lululemon's turned green. Interesting. Costco getting slapped. Adobe down 1%. Interesting. RKT is doing quite well today. Rocket Labs, a little bit of a distribution off of its highs, but doing quite well. Look at this ACN. ACN at the lows of its session, getting under pressure. Interestingly enough, Adobe reports earnings tomorrow as well, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Let's look at some of these other names. AVAV. Again, I like AVAV, a sweep of these lows for a swing trade. SPY is coming in just a little bit more. Nvidia seeing some top wick. Russell 2000, guys, is about to go negative. The IWM is gapping and cracking. This is getting real filthy on the Russell 2000. Things are getting nasty. Nasty, nasty. You still have this market skewed by 3 stocks and 3 stocks alone. Oracle up 40% is just a monster. You know, you look at the XLK up 2.4%, and then you look at all of your other sectors here. I mean, my oh my. Relative strength in SPYs breaking down. Consumer discretionary negative. Healthcare negative. Staples getting slapped. Your worst performing sector. Financials under pressure. Communications under pressure. Retail. Dow Jones. Both Dow components negative. So the next sector to go negative is your regional banks and materials, guys. But like I said, RSP relative to SPY is pretty much at the lows. Big divergence there, which is telling us that we could see more downside in the S&P 500 because of names like Nvidia. Nvidia is still remarkably strong. AMD putting in potentially a lower high. Look at Broadcom up another 10% from its gap up move. That is just freaking filthy. The price to earnings on this stock is just absolutely insane, guys. Absolutely insane. That is just nasty. That is filthy. Still looking to take some profits on CRWV, guys. Options traders, I just issued a new alert. I repeat, I issued a new alert for the options group. CoreWeave, come on down, CoreWeave. Take us. SPY looking like a bit of a lowercase h pattern. Let's just see where we're extended from that EMA 113. Yeah, we're still super extended from that 1 minute chart support and looking like a bit of a head and shoulders on SPY 1 minute, guys. Look at what we're triggering right now. SPY 1 minute head and shoulders is triggering at the highs of this chart here. So that could take us all the way down to 652, guys. 652, SPY's triggering the head and shoulders. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Come on. Come on. Open's gone negative. IWM's about to go negative. CoreWeave, I want CoreWeave puts in the money. Come on. SPY's still printing. Our 654s are running even harder now. Come on. Pay us, CoreWeave. CoreWeave's next. CoreWeave needs to knife here. I'm telling you. CoreWeave, they've kept CoreWeave frickin' elevated here. SPY is just absolutely dumping here, guys. You might get a little bit of a bounce off of this 1 minute chart EMA. There might be a little bit of a bounce. Again, market saturation is insane right now. Oracle still holding at the highs, guys. Oracle is still holding at the highs of the tape. GameStop coming in harder now. You're seeing a little bit of a buy the dip coming back into Lulu. Let's look at some of your consumer discretionary. Nike's just gapping and cracking. Under Armour. Yeah, Under Armour still knifing lower here, guys. UA. Let's look at Abercrombie and Fitch. That's doing well. VSCO, Victoria's Secret, still holding steady here. VFC, that's coming in just a touch here. Nice bounce on the S&P. Russell 2000 trying to hold steady. Broadcom just printed another new high there. Nvidia still trying to trend well above that 20-day. I could see them pushing Nvidia back down to the 20-day moving average today, which would be about a $2 fall on Nvidia. And that's one of the reasons CoreWeave is maintaining its price structure and strength is purely because Nvidia is holding quite steady here. Maybe a little bit of a near-term head and shoulders pattern trying to form on CoreWeave's, intraday chart here. You can see SPY just did a clinical backtest of the neckline. If it doesn't get it back above that neckline, then we should go down to this bear target here. Let's put H and STP. SPY still holding steady here. Holding steady as she does it. GameStop coming in. Oracle up 41%. Filthy beast. Filthy. SPY still looking heavy. starting to come in. SPY looking a little bit heavier here, guys. S&P 500. Oracle, new high of day. Nvidia is still holding at the highs. AVGO still holding at the highs. Come on, are they going to slap CoreWeave down here? Slap it down. Holding that opening range high. They're trying to bounce the S&P 500 just a little bit. Broadcom still punching to the high side, guys. What is this poll saying? So 8 votes so far. Will the market's gap and crack close negative? 62% of people saying yes, 38% saying no. We will see what happens. We're still well up on the S&P. For the market to gap and crack, I should have clarified which tape. You did pretty much have the IWM gap and crack. But gap fill here on the S&P puts us all the way to 650. That could happen, guys, but you need to see some sell side pressure in those three big behemoths, Nvidia, Broadcom, and Oracle. But SPY right now does have an intraday 1 minute head and shoulders that has triggered. You back tested the neckline here, got rejected. That takes you down to 652.60. We still have runners. We've taken profits on 654 SPY puts, just over 51% on the first trim, but I'm still looking for more profits. I still think we can drop lower on SPY. Oh, I'm getting another alert here on CRUS, another semiconductor play. Wow. A lot of stocks are hitting some alerts, buy alerts that I had pre-programmed. CRUS backtesting a critical support zone, sweeping some lows there. The question is, do I want it now? Might get a little bit of an intraday bounce there, but still very tough to trade. Still tough to trade. I'll keep that on watch. I'm going to move it lower. I don't really like it here because of where the market is trading. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Tapping, coming into that weekly 7 moving average. Interesting. Yeah, I'll put an alert there. We'll put an alert there. All right, let's look at some of these currency markets. So your Dixie index is still negative, but trying to form a little bit of an intraday base. The selling has somewhat abated here. Let's look at our yields. Yields are trying to firm up slightly. The Russell 2000 still coming in, guys, looking extremely bearish on your IWM. That's not looking good at all. SPY trying to go lower. IWM trying to go lower. CoreWeave's hanging on a knife edge here, guys. Still looking for our first trim on CoreWeave puts. I repeat, that would be our third winning trade if CoreWeave can come into play. IWM about to go negative, the first indice to gap and crack. Ladies and gents, we are about to see this market somewhat implode. We still are looking for our first trim on CoreWeave. S&P 500 trying to go lower. Take us down, S&P. Take us down. SPY still dripping here, guys. Your S&P 500 654 puts brought to you by yours truly, Art Printing. Come on down, S&P 500. Keep dropping it lower. We're almost up 100% on the runners, but imagine we get to gap fill, what that trade would be like. That would be just absolutely a beautiful moneymaker for us. Google still holding on to positive price. Tesla is ripping here. Look at Tessie go. Tessie's ripping. Tessie is breaking out to the high side here. Do they want to show Tesla some love? Potentially having an inverse head and shoulders on your hourly chart for Tesla. Could it be? Could it be that Tesla's ready? I don't know. We will find out. SPY's still coming under pressure, guys. Runners are going to run. Yep, GME got smoked there. Big down candle there. A little bit of a failed breakout on your 10-minute chart. And that's because there's market weakness, right? You look at what's happening to retail. So retail stocks are near the lows, breaking that little 10-minute opening range. SPY is coming under pressure. So the market's looking heavy here. Some of your leading stocks are probably going to see some distribution signals. Friggin' this CoreWeave is just a beast right now. Nvidia is still a beast, Broadcom still a beast, and Oracle still a beast. You look at Apple, not really doing much other than trading at the lows. You look at Microsoft, Microsoft gapping and cracking to the downside. Amazon still struggling. That looks like it could retest the lows of the tape. Meta's still struggling here, putting in a bit of an intraday bear flag. But Broadcom still pushing to the highs. Oracle still pushing to the highs. I mean, crazy, 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 crazy. Let's look at Uber's just getting absolutely decimated. Let's look at our SOX ETF. So SOX, this is an important one to watch for because SOX has been the strongest. Your semiconductors have been absolutely flying today, right? Let's see if the SOX want to give up some sort of gains and price action. AVGO still skewing this market. Oracle skewing this market. S&P 500, come on. Take us up 100%. SPY's still seeing a little bit of distribution here. Quite a bit. CoreWeave catching a nice little bid. Hmm. IWM, guys, has gone negative. So we are 1/3 right on the poll. IWM now negative on the session. Will the S&P and NASDAQ follow suit? That is the big $1 million question of the day. We are riding our SPY puts into the ground, baby. Let's go. Look at them dump that Russell 2000. Things are looking pretty saucy here on the put side, guys. Our SPY puts are absolutely printing. We are just doing a slow grind. So when you see a sell like this is a bit of an institutional algorithmic plan sell. It's not anything that, oh, I was just talking about, we haven't seen a red bar down yet, but that was filthy. There it is. That's a red bar down sell right there. So what I was saying is like the selling has been kind of controlled today. We haven't seen any massive wicks like we just saw there. It's been nice and steady, which means that they're selling into the dip buyers here, which obviously we just printed up over 100% on those puts, but I'm still looking for TP2 for my next trim, guys. So this type of selling that we're seeing today is an algorithmic sell plan. They are definitely distributing into the market today because it's not that hard of a reversal. It's just, selling it on the minute candle, giving a little bit of a facelift, bounce here and there, and then they sell into it a little bit more. So there's definitely institutions and smarter money taking profits into the strength. And you still, this is what's crazy, right? The S&P trickling down, but Nvidia still at the highs. Broadcom still at the highs. Oracle still at the highs. So imagine these stocks eventually see some sort of distribution. I mean, gosh, we're seeing a lot of weakness under the hood of this market today. Everyone's just piling into pretty much those two names. Your IWM though, staging a little bit of a bounce off of that key trendline support zone. QQQ is still your strongest. Actually, SPY is holding up better than the Qs right now. SPY is holding up better than the Qs. Let's look at that IWM. IWM is bouncing slightly. A little bit of a 10-minute chart bounce and support level. There goes the S&P, putting our puts back up 100%. I have not trimmed. I'm leaving my runners because I still think this move in these individual names is just blowing out of proportion. Blowing out of proportion. Meta still down 1.16. Apple down 2.7. Amazon down 2.24. Oracle printing another high of day. Oof. What a monster, guys. What an absolute beast it is. 42% up on Oracle? Like, are you kidding me? What is Oracle's market cap right now? 967.78 billion. Price action on Oracle is totally normal. Yeah, I mean, hey, we'll see if it can survive that. It's looking like it wants to enter the $1 trillion club. Will Oracle be the next $1 trillion stock? It's looking likely. It's an elite club, guys. It's an elite club. All right, we're pushing 11-12 here. Still riding runners on our puts. We need CoreWeave to dump, though. I want CoreWeave 117s in the money. Come on. Oracle's still trending to the upside. CoreWeave starting to trickle a little bit more. Come on down, Mr. CoreWeave. Come on down. You know you want to. Excuse me. How's that S&PS doing? Wow, at the lows. Let's see, TTD. TTD still at the lows. Yikes, down 8.13% on Trade Desk. Coming into its next gap fill on TTD. TTD gap fills around 47.60-ish. Next gap fill zone. Crazy. Seeing a little bit of selling in Broadcom, but still holding remarkably well. Let's look at A-Lab. For any of you those took that short, that one's re-entering another shorts area. Guy, you've done a nice little 50% retracement. So A-Lab's another short up here. Come on down. Next leg lower, SPY. Next leg lower. Wow. That's crazy on that name there. Nvidia's still up a whopping 4.8%. Shaking and moving. It's melting a little bit more. Robinhood, that's still up 2.28%. Robinhood now looks like a bit of a higher probability short setup. So Robinhood is into a interesting area here. Looking like it's coming in pretty hard right now. Looks like it could be a gap and cracker on Hood. Just look at this weekly chart. All right, SPY going for dump it, SPY. Look at the dump. All right, guys, SPY is coming into my next trim. I'm going to trim another half of the half. We're right at that TP zone. So I'm going to leave a quarter position on the table, but I am trimming. Look at that dump, guys. Beautiful. Come on. It never officially hit it. We're very close to trimming, or I'm very close to trimming. It came super close to TP2. I still want it to hit that area, but I am very close to trimming here. Up over 150, sorry, 100. There it is, guys. All right, I just took a trim at $1.63 trim. I got a quarter position left on SPY puts, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful gain, 142% gain there on second trim. All right, now I just have runners, and I'm going to hold these runners up until, you know what? Since the trade is risk-free now, I'm going to hold them and see if we head back down to prior day low. The head and shoulders target is a big area on SPY, but I'm going to see if I can get the rest of these positions, rest of these contracts to go up like, I don't know, 400% or so. But beautiful gain, guys. Excellent trading on SPY, crushing those put options. 5 contracts running for my SPY put position, but that was stunning. Boom. Amazing. Live stream call out. Look at SPY just running here, guys. Running. Holy moly. Take SPY puts. I'm seeing some clear distribution right now. Again, the head and shoulders target on the 1 minute chart here, guys, gives us a move down to this 652 and change. All right. But SPY gapping and cracking so far, losing that opening range low is very bearish. Now you have NVIDIA starting to sell off. NVIDIA is really starting to sell off here. Broadcom seeing some distribution. Oracle still a beast. IWM is negative. But our SPY puts are just printing. The next one to go for us is CoreWeave here. Look at our SPY. Oh, money. Money, 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 guys. That is crazy. Come on down, S&P 500. NVIDIA is still at 4.5. Oracle's still at 42%. It's insane. Oh, I didn't even look at crude oil inventories, guys. Let's see what crude did. 10:30 crude inventories came out and it was a nice little high spike. So crude is now trying to build a bit of a higher high base and looking like it wants to break out of this bottoming formation here. So energy stocks could be a place where capital tries to hide. I know Valero's been one of the strongest stocks in the market. Wow, look at Valero today. Big dump in distribution on VLO. Very interesting. Very interesting. Baba now down 2%. Baidu's negative. Nvidia getting heavier here, guys. Broadcom also getting heavier here. So the likes of those two names are starting to come in. They're starting to topple over just a little bit. That's going to hurt the market here. Nvidia also seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Wait till Oracle starts to fall, and we could see some really bigger moves to the downside. Amazing, Peter. Nvidia is still coming in, so we could still see some more distribution in the tape. You're finally starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure in some of your leaders. SOX is still holding up quite well. Oracle's still pushing and punching to the high side. Apple's at the lows, now down 3% on the tape. Your QQQ is now underperforming SPY, guys. So Qs are now underperforming SPY. Take a look at that. Let's see what happens here. We are in for some interesting price action. If this does a full gap and crack, that would be pretty remarkable. Qs are getting pretty heavy here. It looks like the QQQ could come down to 579 just based off of what I'm purely seeing in this market, guys. Qs are getting heavy. If Q loses this opening rate, oof, look at that knife down on the Qs. You're getting sell side pressure in Nvidia and Broadcom here. Those two names are definitely seeing some net liquidations right now. Look at how heavy the Qs are looking. Come on down, S&P. Markets are looking a little bit troublesome here. SPY underneath that opening range low. We'll see if it's a liquidity grab. But again, you have some clear distribution happening in Broadcom right now. Oracle still holding absolutely wonderful up here. Just a beast. IWM still looking like it's trying to break lower. Look at the bit of a double top on the Qs, guys. All-time high double top on the Qs. That's crazy. That would be crazy. AVGO still coming in, SPY getting a big bounce. So what we're seeing is instead the capital that seems to be coming out of Broadcom and certain semis right now are actually flowing back into your S&P 500 stocks for the near term right now. We'll see if it wants to sell off, but they are seeing a little bit of capital flowing and rotating. Broadcom's looking heavy here, guys. It's looking real heavy. CoreWeave, I'm still waiting on CoreWeave puts to come in. It's just been a stubborn stock. IWM is trying to bounce here. Crude oil still trying to press. Now you have Oracle seeing a bit of a potential reversal from the highs. 20-minute topping tail. Maybe on the hourly chart, Oracle is going to see a little bit more selling. But yeah, Oracle's got a 15-minute reversal candle, 20-minute reversal candle. Could be due for a little bit of correction on Oracle. AVGO coming in harder. Potential hourly topping tail forming. It's still got a minute and 30 seconds left to kind of negate that. Nvidia still holding remarkably strong. CoreWeave still holding decently well. Meta down 1.4, Apple down 3, Amazon down 2.43, IWM just barely negative, Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.5%, Bitcoin still 2.1, gold up 0.5%, nat gas down 2.26, 10 and 2-year yield down 0.7%, VIX is down 1.5%, Tesla ripping, that's up 2.2, Netflix under pressure this morning, that's down 0.78%, JP Morgan's green, Carvana under pressure. Certain utilities are absolutely running. Look at UPST today, guys. UPST getting slapped around. Let's look at this SMPS again. SMPS still near the lows of its tape here. Taiwan Semi, big mover. ASML, that's coming in from the highs. Looking at Broadcom, it's looking a little bit heavier here. Just be careful with this market. Nvidia, though, is still holding steady. AMD, still holding steady. CoreWeave trying to come in just a little bit. Come on, CoreWeave. Chop it down. QQQ, getting a nice little bounce on your 10-minute chart. Still inside of a bearish 15-minute bar. Let's see what that translates to. At AVGO, seeing some more selling. S&P and Qs are still looking fairly heavy here. SPY right back down. Qs are getting heavy. Broadcom, Oracle selling. Broadcom and Oracle. CoreWeave. Come on, CoreWeave. Get these 117 puts in the money. Broadcom still getting a little bit heavier. IWM putting in a bit of an intraday bear flag right underneath your 10-minute chart EMA 113. SPY still looking like it's going lower. We haven't really seen that capitulation bottom yet where you get really, really big volatile candles. We saw a little bit of a glimmer here, but putting lower highs and lower lows on SPY right now, guys. Lower lows and lower highs. GME. SPY going for new lows. QQQ still hasn't taken out the low just yet, guys. There for the S&P. S&P continuing to drip and drill. QQQ coming in hot. Head and shoulders target almost in play, guys. Head and shoulders almost in play. The question is, how much of an overshoot, if at all, are we going to get? IWM still looking bearish. Now you have Oracle starting to sell off, guys. ORCL starting to sell off just a little bit. Still waiting on CoreWeave puts. Open, OPEN has now gone negative. Oracle slipped 41%. You can imagine Oracle falls about 10% from the highs here, what it would do to the S&P. You know, it would still be up over 30% on the tape, but imagine a retest of pre-market high. That would be crazy, right? Could happen. Could easily happen. They're just slow dripping this market down, guys. They are really slow dripping it. So we haven't really seen any sort of a big bounce. Look at our puts, guys. Guys, we're up over 170% on our runners. I got 5 contracts left on SPY, but I'm looking for more. I want them to really, really send this market into oblivion. All right, what else we got going on in the tape here? So let's just look at some of the data. We do have an auction at 1 o'clock. Guys, we do have now CoreWeave puts are starting to wake up here. We are starting to get some distribution on CRWV. Take us down, CoreWeave, take us down. Perhaps we're also about to see Open. Let's see if Open can break this little bit of a bear flag. So take a look at this. Interesting. Down move, bear flag consolidation. If Open breaks this bear flag, this high to this low, from this high to this low, puts us at a symmetrical move of, where is my move of symmetry? 510, guys. 510 is where the symmetrical move lies on Open. Imagine that played out today. Symmetrical move. Come on, break Open. Break it. All right, CoreWeave is still under a little bit of pressure, guys. We're still coming into our TP zone. I repeat, we're coming up into our TP zone. Come on, Corey. Spies trying to hang in there. Nice bounce on GME. Let's take a peek. Yeah, it's bouncing nicely, but just remember, you're in a bit of a choppy session here. So, GME looked like it was breaking out, and it still could. You're still got higher lows. But again, it's a very tough chart right now. You're just chopping in that opening range high. Yeah, it's a tough name. Market's weak. I don't know. It's a tough one for me to trade right now. It looked like it had the morning momentum, and it still could. It still could press higher here, but just very tough for me to get involved in. Take us downtown. S&P retesting that EMA 113 where it saw rejection off of. So you're still putting in some lower highs. Oracle still looking slightly heavy. Nvidia still consolidating and holding at the highs. All right, SPY's trying to push here, looking a little bit stronger on the tape. Big bounce on the S&P 500, really big bounce. Look at that rocket ship. Boom. V-shaped. I don't even know if there's news on this market, but that was filthy. That bounce was absolutely filthy on SPY. Really strong. We'll see if they... So the SPY did give us a little bit of a higher high. So now we're still putting in lower lows and we got our first higher high. We'll see if it surmounts to anything. What a bounce, guys. Now if this chart gets faded, that would be very troublesome. What the heck did that bounce come from? Google's still strong. Apple really didn't do much there. Tesla's still strong. Really don't know where that AVGO bounced a little bit there. Oracle came in, so I'm not even too sure where that bounce came from. But it bounced hard. All right, I'm going to lower this TP zone on CoreWeave because we're just consolidating there bearishly. TTD going to retest the lows? Yeah, TTD, I've been wanting to get long TTD, but I've stayed away from it for good reason. Eventually it's going to become a buy, but it just keeps going lower, right? I don't hold a position, but TTD looks, I mean, I'm tempted. Don't get me wrong. I'm freaking really tempted here. You are coming into some really big support zones on larger time frames, but again, stocks we've been seeing, weak stocks can overshoot technical levels, and strong stocks are the same. They overshoot technical levels as well. All right, guys, we're seeing open starting to get heavy here. So open is breaking that opening range low. Let's see if we can trigger this bit of a head and shoulders formation on open sesame. All right, we'll watch that name. CoreWeave still acting well. I lowered my first trim on CoreWeave just because we've been consolidating right above that first initial TP. So we'll see if it wants to come in. Oracle's still coming in just a little bit. And guys, please hit that like on the stream. We've printed some nice winning trades so far. SPY puts. We did a nice little trade on S&PS. Small gain, not as much as I was expecting, but a gain is a gain. But SPY puts have absolutely crushed it today. See if CoreWeave wants to come in. Oracle. IWM's getting a nice bounce today. Tesla's still strong. Google up 0.4. Nvidia's now getting heavier, guys. NVDA seeing some heavy sell side distribution. With your SPY calls, I'm still riding runners on 654 SPY puts. Took the majority of my contracts off the table. First trim was 51%. Second trim was 142%. And the rest of the 5 contracts are at break even. SPY's getting a little bit of a bounce right now. I'm still riding CoreWeave 117 puts, which those are trying to work out in our favor. SPY getting a big push. Now you have NVIDIA selling off. Oracle bouncing. IWM back to the positive side. SPY is still the best performing indice right now. Big push higher on the S&P 500. Thank you, Ram. Appreciate it. And welcome back. Hopefully everything is okay with your emergency. NVIDIA coming in hard here, guys. Pretty surprising to see the S&P still marching here. So big liquidity grab, breaking down at that opening range low. A lot of people piled in on the short side and then they ripped it up on people. And now we're coming up into our next aggressive short zone on the S&P 500. Glad to hear everything's okay. Take a look at Octo, guys. Octo's gonna come off of a knife edge here. This stock is going back down. Back down. It's cooked. It ain't gonna make another run like that. That is cooked. Pump and dump by Tom Lee, yours truly. BM&R acting quite well today with the strength in crypto. You can see Ethereum tagging that 20-day moving average. So acting pretty well in the face of market volatility. Now you have NVIDIA looking like it wants to come in a little bit. I still think NVIDIA can close below that 20-day moving average today. ABGO putting in a little bit of near-term distribution at the highs of this session. Oracle still above 341. WTI crude is continuing to march a little bit higher here, trying to break out on crude oil, guys. The Dixie has been quietly creeping up from the lows. So US dollar trying to make a bit of a move. CoreWeave looks like it wants to come lower, guys. We're very close to another down leg in CoreWeave. Very close, guys. I've been wanting to go grab some lunch, but CoreWeave hasn't hit my profit target yet. Look at HIMS, guys. So HIMS has been a really strong mover. This morning we did post that news article about HIMS and hers shares are trading higher after following reports suggesting the company plans on launching offerings for men with low testosterone. TRT replacement therapy. When I'm much older, I'll probably also start doing that. Maybe in my 60s, I'll probably look to dabble in TRT therapy. I am a big believer in it. at a lower age, or at a higher age. Ram says, I'm inclined to buy 655 puts with 30 days expirations. Your thoughts, please. So again, I think that that's probably a good decision. The only thing that I'm seeing here with SPX is we're still in a larger trend, uptrend. We fulfilled the initial TP1 level. The risk to reward right now is interesting because the market is skewed by a handful of stocks right now, but we're still in a very strong uptrend. And again, typically what we do see when S&P 500 gaps into that all-time high, I remember I discussed this here on that Friday where we executed a beautiful short. And that same strategy, when markets gap up into all-time highs, you typically see sell-side pressure. So I would be inclined to say yes, it's probably a good idea, but the trend is still up. We still have 658, 650.86 on the market, and we still have 660, just over 6,000 on the 6,600 on the S&P. So it's trouble. It's troublesome. The reason why you're seeing a big bounce is the daily chart trend is still up on the market. So, I mean, 30 days gives you quite a bit of time, but this market is crazy, right? This market's crazy. September 17th is the rate cut decision. September 17th. It's a tough market, this one. I mean, as much as I want to also pile on the short side, the daily chart trend still has higher upside price, which is where I've been making more of my money intraday shorting. I haven't really taken too many swing shorts on the major indices. I've been more net long. But again, it is a good risk to reward just with how skewed we are from Broadcom and Nvidia and Oracle right now. We'll see if that wants to help the indices push. So I haven't personally shorted the major indices. I'm waiting. Other than the IWM, I took a swing short with members, which we made money on yesterday. It's just troublesome price action to short this market that's still in a strong uptrend. I think individual names pose better opportunities for short side. All right, open getting cracked here, looking like it's trying to trigger that bearish formation. Let's see if open wants to be down sharply today. It's looking pretty heavy here intraday, going from green to red, already seeing a reversal from the highs of 7%. So it was up about 5%, but open's under a lot of pressure right now. Open getting heavy here. Really heavy on open. Interesting. Let's look at CoreWeave. CoreWeave still just chopping around. Oracle still up 41%. Nvidia still curling slightly higher above 178. Trying to push here on Nvidia. Nvidia is trying to go for that gap. Right now it's just fighting that gap window. So Nvidia trying to work itself into that gap fill. We'll see if it can hold there. Any longs right now? No. No, sir. Really knifing open here, guys. Open is retesting prior day low, getting dropped like it's hot. Coming into a little bit of support here, but they are dropping open sharply. Opens now down 3.19%. Interesting. Very interesting. Hmm. SPY retesting that TP1 zone. Really big retrace on SPY. Let's see if we come back lower. So that was almost a 618 retrace on that S&P 500 move. Oracle still a beast. Broadcom still a beast. Nvidia back under that gap zone. Sorry, I'm talking about more about the TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. It's just as we age, once we hit to that 40 period, 40 years old, our testosterone starts to wane and it tapers off. And, testosterone replacement therapy um, has been proven in older males to be very, very beneficial just for overall health, longevity, immune system support, because it's a key compound and it's a key hormone in our body that we just start to lack at an older age. It starts to wane pretty sharply. So TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, helps. I believe in it when you're much, much older. You obviously want to speak to your doctor about it, but it's a beneficial therapy. My stepdad's on it. He's what now, 64? And it helps with muscle atrophy and all those things. So what's nice, I mean, it's hard if you're a little bit older, but I ended up getting my baseline testosterone levels tested when I was about, 24, I think, 25. So I have a level of where I start or where I kind of was peaking at. And then I can monitor as I progress older to see how sharply I decline or whatnots. But all right, big bounce in the market so far. CoreWeave trying to bounce. S&P coming in just a little bit. IWM still holding steady. No, females don't want to take testosterone replacement therapy. No, that's not a female hormone. What's the option for females? I'm not sure what the option for female is. Well, the opposite hormone is basically estrogen, but I'm not too familiar with what an increase in estrogen would do to a female at her. I wouldn't know. I haven't really looked into that. All right, so we are seeing the S&P 500 getting a little bit heavier here. A little bit more distribution starting to hit the tape. Open, guys, is coming down hard. Open is coming down hard. Take a look at this. Nasty. That's a really sharp decline on open, guys. It's a really big breakdown. That was filthy. Open dumping, guys. Dumping. That is nasty. That is absolutely nasty, guys. What a dump. What an absolute dump. Oracle coming in now. Let's see what else we got going on here. Palantir coming in heavy. SoFi looking a little bit weaker here. That's trying to come in. Wow, look at open now down 6.46% and dumping. Dump it. Going on here. Oh, very cool. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. Trying to break down here. S&P is still a little bit weaker. Trying to hang on. Dixie's trying to quietly make a move here, guys. Watch gold. Dollar's trying to go positive here on the session. IWM going back to the dark side. Negative on the tape. Dollar's trying to break out and firm up just a little bit more, guys. Gold seeing a little bit of selling. Core weave still holding steady. RBOT on watch for a long around low fives. Victorious Surgical. Tough equity here. Very tough equity. Lower volume. I can't really trade that, to be honest. I can't really even mention in this group because my capital alone can pump this stock up. So, yeah, market cap 34, average volume is so thin. I mean, tough for me to trade this lower volume name. It has a tendency to make drastic overshoots, but I guess a double bottom, a sweep of this low could work out, but you just need to be mindful that neg was low volume too. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And then it certainly picked up. I mean, yeah, any stock can pick up in volume for sure, right? So I guess you're trying to front run it, get out. But just understand if you do get involved in that RBOT and it has a run, I mean, right now there's not much liquidity. So if you're trading this name, don't slap the market order. Make sure you're entering with limit buys and limit sells. But I guess double bottom pierce, yeah, around $5 would be your first technical level. Um, but just understand that this name, based off of this move, this could be a, I don't even want to say it, could be a 10-cent stock, to be honest. But you got to take your shot somewhere, right? It's also treated like an options play, so it's nice and cheap on the common share side. So yeah, definitely if you want to trade at $5, that's not a problem. Keep a tight stop loss and hope it doesn't gap down on you, and you pray for a gap up. But not a bad area. Not a bad area. Let me. Caleb, you're looking at a Palantir short. Let's look at PLTR. For a swing trade or a day trade? All right, day trade. So this chart's looking like Nvidia's. You're above the 20-day moving average, which is technically bullish recapture of a key level. Intraday, you are a little extended. I wouldn't short it just yet. I'd wait for the next little bounce on Palantir, maybe back into the 167s, and then that's narrows your risk to reward using your stop loss on like a 10-minute close above this wick high. So I would wait for the next little bounce on PLTR, and then you can look for a short entry. Okay. So, but just understand this PLTR is stronger than the market, and it's in a very strong uptrend. Notice where SPY is trading below its opening range. Well, PLTR is just retesting its OR high. So relative strength can be observed in PLTR. So it is a little bit of a tougher short. Um, but yeah, it's a tough short. Yeah, I think Palantir is a tough short, right? I'm not shorting it. I'm not shorting it, that's for sure. It's a tough name right now. IWM looks like a better short. Core Weave still looks like it's going to come in. The dollar's trying to firm up here and trying to go back to the positive side. Um, all right, guys, I'm going to grab some quick lunch here. I'm still going to watch things, but basically, we've taken majority of our profits off of the table on our SPY put options. Still have 5 running contracts on these SPY 654 puts, and obviously still riding the obviously we're still looking for CoreWeave to take a little bit of a dip lower here. IWM breaking down. S&P is seeing some sell side pressure here, going through a little bit more distribution down. IWM seeing some more selling. BABA, Apple, China stocks, they're all under pressure. Ethereum has some distribution going on. Uh-oh. I think my Bluetooth mouse just died. I've gotta look at my settings here, see what my battery level is on my mouse. Not connected. Did it die? Uh-oh. I think my battery died. Gotta change it real quick. Luckily, I keep a spare one handy here. Okay, so SPY really coming in here, guys. CoreWeave starting to show some distribution signs. I like it. I like it a lot. Dixie trying to move up. IWM melting lower. Nat gas still weak on the session. Look at the markets. They are in free fall. Free falling. Free falling. Open down 6.46%. Looking very bearish. Google about to go negative, guys. Google is coming in hard right now. AVGO still holding steady. Gold and GDX are seeing some slight distribution. S&P 500 looks like a big liquidity trap. Are we going down to the lows? It certainly looks like that. Take us down. I want these runners up like 400%. Come on. Let me just see what this would roughly be. So I'm in SPY. Let's see what these, if they took SPY negative, let me just see here what these contracts would roughly be worth. Roughly. All right, so we're in 0 DTEs. We're looking for, we're in the 654s. 654 puts right there, but we got them at 67 cents. And I have 5 left. So 650. Yeah, so if we head down to 650, that should be between 4 and 500% on these SPY puts. Obviously, time is ticking, but 650 we should be able to if we flush to that negative on SPY, our contracts, the runners would be up 4 or 500%. That'd be crazy. That would mean my just over that would mean roughly the $335 that I have left in the trade would make me about another 1500 or so. 1,000 to 1,500 bucks. That would be pretty nice. I'd take that. I'd take that any day of the week. All right, IWM still looking heavy here. Running to the downside. Broadcom. Looking at the Russell. Breaking down, guys. Breaking down. The Dixie's quietly pushing up here too, guys. US dollar pushing. We got crude oil absolutely ripping. This market is in trouble. Crude, WTI crude at the highs of the session, trying to push that US dollar higher here. If crude continues to show its strength today, we are going to see a massive sell candle continuation in SPY and transport stocks. I'm thinking about trading some energy stocks here. Valero, let's just see. Let's run through some of our energy plays. Look at the bounce on Valero. Wow. Let's see. Oxy. Oxy trying to break out of a base. Rig. Rig is trying to break out. We are looking filthy here. GDX is starting to curl slightly lower. Still up 1.63%. They could try to take GDX negative today. That would be a hard topping tail on the GDX chart. It's been a one-way freight train, but you're starting to see some near-term distribution signals in GDX. Gold is still a friggin' monster. But if that Dixie goes positive today, making a little bit of a bullish reversal, we could see um, the market's under a little bit more pressure. Look at IWM melting here, guys. So we've already tested that area once. That's no longer TP. That's a sweep zone. It's a liquidity sweep, but our bearish target on the Russell still comes into play. Come on down, Russell. Come on down. The Russell is melting lower. Gold seeing a little bit of heavy price action. Dollars trying to firm up. Come on down. Come on down, IWM. Head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart of the Russell. Look at that nasty gap and crack down on small caps, guys. They have absolutely just knifed small cap stocks today. Small caps are heavy as can be. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Netflix down, Meta down 1.25, Apple still down 2.82, Amazon looking like it wants to retest the lows. Nvidia still up 4.23%. Microsoft looking like it's going. Why are small caps down? Because of recessionary fears. Economic global slowdown. Canada's going into a definitive recession. Small caps like inflation. Inflation stocks love inflation. We're now entering a bit of a disinflationary period, and when we enter a disinflationary period, that's typically where stocks start to break down. It's counterintuitive because disinflation typically means lower rates, but disinflation means slower global growth. Economic slowdowns are not helpful for stocks with weak balance sheets. All right, so small cap stocks typically have weaker balance sheets, so therefore they come under a little bit of pressure. But that's your fundamental bear side, right? The technical picture, the market is still in a strong uptrend. I mean, that's the only concern, right? We can talk about all this macro talk and what we think about inflation or deflation and recession and interest rates, but technically speaking, your S&P 500 is still in an uptrend, bull market. So my fundamental opinion is bearish, but the technical opinion, I mean, you kind of have to still respect the trend. So it's that's why it's tough, right? Because a lot of people marry their opinions, and I'm still net long the market with key shorts in place, and we've been taking a bunch of profits off. Oh, I'm getting an alert on ALAB. ALAB. What is ALAB doing? Wow, right back to the highs. ALAB, that's crazy. Up 6.24% today. Okay, I see you. I see you. Am I muted? No, I shouldn't be muted. I'm not muted. My volume's going. Maybe it's something on your end. All right, ALAB is running here. ALAB is running. Is there a short trade? There probably is. Sweeping the high of day. Interesting. Very cool. Very cool, guys. Dixie's pushing here, guys. The Dixie is pushing. SPY going for another low of day test. No, I'm not muted, Ram. I'm not muted. So your Dixie has turned positive, guys. US dollar turning positive. Nvidia still trying to push here. S&P 500 still a little bit weak here. Again, your bearish target on SPY takes us, the head and shoulders target at least takes us down to a new low of day. It looks like it wants that. Hello, hello, can you hear me, Ram? You can see the nice channel that we've been trading in since the high. Low, low, high, high. Let's see if we can make another low. All right, Nvidia curling slightly lower here. It's SPY melting lower here, guys. SPY is seeing a little bit more distribution, going down for the low of day. Going down for the low of day. Come on, new lows, SPY. Take our puts. Our puts are still printing here on the running contracts. Here we go. IWM looks heavy. There we go, guys. SPY is about to take out the lows. Briefly hitting a bit of a double bottom there. Briefly testing the lows. Look at that. Knifing through support. We are falling. Free falling. Free falling. Wow. Look at the dump, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. That was epic. 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 I like it. I like it a lot. They are knifing this market down here on the S&P 500. IWM, new low of day. New low of day. Your VIX is looking like it wants to turn green. The dollar has turned green. Crude oil is still up 2.2%. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. IWM triggering that next 10-minute head and shoulders pattern. SPY briefly. So SPY is still doing what? Making lower lows on the session. Under a lot of pressure for the S&P. Continuing to knife lower and lower, looking like a big gap and crack kind of session. We'll see if they want to buy it up here. SMCI is getting faded. Guys, I gotta go get some food. I'll be back. I will be back for 1 because 1 o'clock we do have the treasury. The treasury auction at 1. The 10-year auction is about to take place here. Usually it's about 5 minutes delayed. Markets have had an overwhelming push into it. We did get the Atlanta Fed GDP out at 1, came in at 3.1%, so stronger GDP projection from the Atlanta Fed for Q3. The 10-year yield into this auction is down 1%. 10-year yield right now down 1%. S&P big spike higher here on the auction. No real movement yet in yields. Dollar coming in slightly. So big spike here, 10-year yield. Auction yields haven't really moved yet, but S&P catching a really nice spike there. Big push up on the S&P 500 there. As the Dixie softens a little bit, gold really not doing much. 10-year yield coming in just a little bit. So still waiting on the data to appear, but so far it is a positive reaction for the 10-year note. So 10-year note just made a little bit of a low of day. Dixie softening just a little bit. Yields are still going lower. So again, 10-year note auction influencing the market. I'll put the data in here. So far, it's showing that there's a heavy demand for bonds. Heavy demand for bonds, guys. Broadcom still softening just a little bit. So SPY, this was the SPY short level that I discussed ahead of that auction. We are starting to come in. So again, heavy accumulation in bonds showing that the economy is still faltering a little bit underneath the hood of this market. We are seeing distribution. Dollars coming in. What is crude oil doing? Crude oil coming in a little bit. Dixie going flat. It's always risky getting into a position ahead of a major um, data release. That's why I put those economic data points up at the top so you guys can see what is coming into fruition. 10-year yield is always a market moving event. They're probably going to sell this rip, my best guess, but I try to warn you in advance of the bigger economic events, which is why it's tough to take indice trades ahead of those. You're asking for a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. Nevertheless, let's see if SPY wants to give up these gains. It's back over its opening range low. So if you get back above your opening range high, SPY is going to trend probably back to the high of the day. But if we come back down to the low, we're probably going to break the low of day and come back into this channel. For now, SPY is firming up here and trying to go for a little bit of a higher high close here. So give the market the benefit of the doubt. The larger time frame is still intact. Dixie's softening here. Yields and bonds are still getting accumulated. But we're still a little extended here. IWM flip back to the green side. Wow, I've gotten so many alerts on TTD today, guys. Look at that. Going lower. My oh my. Free falling. Come on down. Sweeping a major pivot low here on TTD. Wow, that's impressive. This is coming into a day tradable bounce zone, guys. This is into a day tradable long zone, guys. TTD. I'm looking at common shares long at a sweep of this 4681 pivot. $46.60 is my first entry, guys. $46.60 is my first entry on TTD. Common shares long. $46.60. I will be taking this position on the long side. It's a high risk dead cat bounce. This is going to be a 1/3 position. $46.60 my first entry, and I'll accumulate every 30 to 40 cents. All right, so I'm looking at a long trade on TTD. This is just a long scalp. Nothing more, just a day tradable scalp level. $46.60, I take my first entry into TTD. Yields are still softening, going lower. Oh, getting some front running here. Don't bounce it right ahead of me. Are you kidding me? Missing me by 3 pennies here. Are you serious? Are you freaking serious? Yields are still knifing here. 10-year yield going lower. Wow, they're gonna miss me on TTD by 3 pennies. Are you freaking serious? That's just nasty. Freaking filthy. Look at that epic little bounce. Damn, that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Wow. All right, that trade is off the table unless it goes lower. I'll put another alert down a little bit lower. But someone did some front running there. 46.50, I'll retake it. Look at the 10-year yield, guys, just absolutely getting accumulated in full force. It is your bond plays. You're looking at TLT breaking out to the high side. You're looking at UBT breaking out to the high side. But look at TLT going here. Epic breakout of a potential stage 1 basing formation. Typically that doesn't end well. The IWM's hanging right onto that 7-day moving average, so it is at some daily chart support. Looking at this Octo has now had a pretty big decline today. We're up over 10% on Octo, guys. Short shares. Running that one down. SMPS, let's see where we're at with this name. Yeah, SMPS still looks like it's going to go lower. In terms of a long level now on SMPS, whoops. Let's erase all those trend lines. That was a good long level, right off that previous pivot that I drew. You did get a nice bounce, but coming in with a little bit of market weakness. We'll see if that translates into anything. Let's see what crude oil is showing us. Crude oil is still acting quite well here. Seeing a little bit of softening in price. So again, that 653.30 zone that I gave on SPY, that's working out quite nicely so far. Seeing a little bit of trickling in price. Crude is still managing to hold steady. China stocks are still under pressure. Trying to push. Alibaba coming in. Baidu coming in. Baidu's looking like a little bit of a bear flag pattern. Nvidia is still holding up fairly well. Broadcom's pulled in from the highs here. Oracle still super strong, but pulling in from the highs. Your US dollar index trying to go back to the positive side. All right, so your DXY had an initial dump. Now it's catching and trying to firm up yet again, guys. So Dixie's trying to firm up. Bitcoin's still trying to move well. BTC's moving up. Moving on up, 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 moving on up. S&P still trying to hold steady here. Nvidia pushing a little higher here. So IWM back to the negative side. Small caps and SPY are still seeing a little bit of distribution. After initial little pop so far, that little pop on the main indices are getting sold into. That's a very bearish thing to see for the major indices at this point. This is why patience in this market is rewarded. Looking at SPY, SPY looks like it may come down to the low of the day, especially if it loses OR low. If we lose this opening range low yet again on SPY, we are heading back down to the low. Oh my goodness, I'm getting another alert on TTD. TTD continuing to knife here. Whoa, knifing hard there. Wow. TTD hit my technical levels. I didn't take a fill, but look at that wick. Huge bounce already. Remember, I lowered my entry and TTD knifing. But that's a strong level there. That's a very oversold level on TTD. The only issue is that SPY is getting heavy here. SPY getting really heavy. Any sort of a retrace below this 46.50 could be a buy on TTE, but I never took a fill. It wicked too fast there, but that was the alert. I'll put another alert there since we just keep triggering. But if it was to come back down now again, but look at that bounce. Those are some strong levels that I had drawn on the chart for TTD. Interesting. Very cool. Very cool. All right, Dixie still taking a little bit of a breather, but the Dixie's trying to push higher here. We are still seeing some dollar trends showing some accumulation here. Again, a lot of sectors are seeing distribution today. You have your consumer discretionary XLY down 0.9%. You have XLV healthcare down 1.1%. Utilities, which is a defensive sector when there's times of tumultuous price action and troublesome market price, that's up 1.66%. Real estate, XLRE, that's slightly green at 0.1. Staples are getting hit pretty hard. That's down 1.23%. Technology XLK, that's still up sharply, 1.96%. Energy stocks are doing well. That's up 1.18. Financials XLF is slightly down 0.19. Communications are negative, down 0.74. And what is it? Regional banks are green. Retail is negative. Dow Jones Transports and industrial average are also negative on the tape. Curveball is saying I cashed in on the AMD and Nvidia puts. The CoreWeave puts are finally green. Nice job. TTD is waking up. Nice job. Yep, AMD still coming in. TTD bouncing off that level quite nicely. That was a long level. I never took a fill because it happened so fast, but those levels were there for a reason. That's already a bounce. Had you taken a fill off of the lower two, you're up about 70 cents or so. SPY's continuing to trickle here, guys. SPY's continuing to trickle. But yeah, that TTD bounce, that's a nice bounce off of those levels. Really strong bounce. Very interesting. Pretty weird pricing. All right, SPY's testing that opening range low, guys. That is a big, big level for the S&P 500. Let's look at that Russell. That Russell still has that head and shoulders formation on watch, but the only thing about the Russell is right now you're still holding above that 7-day moving average, which is 236.24. So that's going to be a big level to watch. 236.24, which is kind of this low pivot where we bounced once already, is a big, big level to watch for your IWM small caps. Crude oil back above 2%. Dixie quietly going green here. So we are seeing the dollar index trying to push a little bit higher here. Potentially a bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the dollar index. It hasn't triggered yet, but it does, if it does trigger, to move back above $98 on the Dixie. Gold curling slightly down, heavier price action than Russell. S&P losing that opening range low. Looks like it's going to the low of day. Clinical short level off of that 653.30 zone. That was a retrace area. Gave you just enough risk to reward where you're putting in a lower high, but if you got to close above that high pivot, that would be a stop. But nice decline on the S&P 500. Oracle puts are finally green too. Nice job there. Curveballs is waking up. Beautiful. Yeah, look at AVGO. That's also coming in sharply, guys. AVGO already from the highs falling quite nicely, down a couple percent on the tape. Nvidia is still holding steady. Let's look at Robinhood. Yep, that's gapped in crack. Robinhood going negative, guys. That's kind of interesting to watch. Very cool. Very, very cool. Let's look at Ethereum here. Ethereum looking like a bit of a distribution pattern itself. So BTC, let's look at that name. BTC also coming in a little bit. Gold trying to come in a little bit, looking a little toppy here. Long overdue for a correction in gold. WTI crude still coming in just a little bit here. IWM still looking heavy. Dixie trying to move higher here. Apple down 3.18%. Meta down 1.2%. Tesla still up 2.2%. Microsoft up 0.36%. Nvidia still bolstering 4% gain on the session. Interesting. SPY looking like a new low of day is incoming. IWM seeing some clear distribution. Melting this market right now. Melting this market. S&P 500 going for the low of day. Russell 2000 is probably also going to go for a lower day. You put a big order on Figure, goes live at 11 a.m. What's the ticker for that, Curveballs? What's the ticker for that? IWM still looking heavy. FIGR, thank you. FIGR. So yeah, it's not open yet, but soon, 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 soon. IWM still trickling lower here. The dollar index is trying to break out of a little bit of a near-term pattern here, guys. A little bit of a 5-minute inverse head and shoulders. There's SPY, new low of day. A little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here on the US dollar chart, trying here. That puts you above 80, 98 bucks. All right, IWM looks like it wants lows of the day. S&P hanging on by a thread here. By a thread. Look at what we're hanging on to, that previous all-time high pivot on SPY. But it looks like we're going to crack that area, guys. Definitely looks like we're going to crack that area. GDX trying to push, gold curling down. Interesting divergence there. IWM getting heavier. SPY. New low of day incoming. New low of day incoming. Did it print a new low of day? Yes, it did. So that gives us yet again another lower low, guys. Another lower low has been observed in the major markets. So the S&P on the session is continuously making lower highs and lower lows. The trend is down. IWM looking super duper heavy here below that opening range. US dollar index still trying to break out and trigger an inverse head and shoulders. It needs to get above that prior day high at 97.81 and we could really see this market. So this is looking like a failed breakout on the S&P 500 chart. A failed breakout occurred when you broke out on this 1 minute chart. That was the short level that I discussed. Boom, right back down. Now we're back inside this previous little channel and it looks like we could absolutely trend. If we just do simply a measured move down on SPY, let's see where we could potentially go today. A SPY measured move down would take us back down to 651. That would be your symmetrical move. We'll see if SPY wants to hit that. But the markets are definitely under some pressure. Trying to hold a double bottom. There is some support, and this is the actual target that we fulfilled of this mini head and shoulders formation. So the head and shoulders on the initial opening, first few minutes that triggered has played out to a T. So we have completed the downside bearish pattern target. So now we look, there's really not any other pattern to trade against other than the fact that we're putting in a downtrend on the session. Lower lows, lower highs. That's the only pattern that is really at play right now for the market. Time to buy DDOG. Let's take a peek at Datadog. I know it was holding up strong. Wow, gapped and cracked, eh? For a scalp, maybe. For a scalp, maybe. But not for a swing trade yet. This market looks weak. And you have a failed breakout on Datadog. It looks like a failed breakout. Obviously, there's still a couple hours left, but DDOG is appearing to have a failed breakout on the daily chart, which means we need to retest some of your key moving averages. So I would personally wait, but for a scalp long, I would wait for at least a minimum sweep of this pivot before. Look at this volume reversal here. They want to capture this liquidity. So wait for a sweep of this, preferably into your 10-minute EMA, which is sitting around 138.77. But you might get a bounce before that zone, but I would at least wait for a sweep of that pivot. But not a buy yet, in my opinion. Still coming in. All right, so big bounce off of double bottom so far for the markets. Looks like a retest of our opening range low is probably the likely scenario. CrowdStrike, let's take a peek here at Crowd. Just give me a sec here. CRWD. Yeah, a lot of these charts are gapping and cracking, right? So it kind of tells me that SPY wants to probably go lower, but holding up. CrowdStrike, you're hitting some support intraday, not as oversold as it can be. Yeah, CrowdStrike's interesting here. It's close. It's getting close for a long. There's a lot of support here. There is. But I would like to personally see this earnings low retested. That's the only skepticism I have about Crowd is it hasn't retested that earning low. It's the only skepticism I have. Other than that, I mean, if it didn't have that earnings low down here, it's not a bad area to buy and go long. But that's the only skepticism I really have with CrowdStrike. So if you want to take it on the long side, just keep your stops tight in the event that it wants to go lower. All right, what else we got shaking and moving here? GME, Caleb's looking at GME. Yeah, GME is firming up. Yep, looking a little bit more constructive here for a potential break. Still underneath that opening range high. But if you get above that, you're going to squeeze. Yeah, GME looking a little bit more constructive for sure. It's not a bad idea. Sidelining DDOG, going with crowd. Not a bad idea at all. Yeah, GME's starting to squeeze here. Dixie still trying to break out, triggering a little bit of a breakout here on a smaller time frame. See if it can get confirmed. Gold is trying to firm up. GDX trying to firm up. Crude oil softening just a little bit. Nat gas still down about 2%. Apple still struggling. S&P 500 getting rejected and slapped. Let's look at TTD again. Yeah, that's coming right back down. Let's look at S&PS. Look at that opening range low retest and rejection on the S&P 500. S&PS starting to come back in. Broadcom coming in sharply. Buy getting slapped here. Ton of economic data tomorrow on the employment side. So CPI and jobless claims will be interesting tomorrow. Nvidia still holding fairly steady. Gold still trying to push higher here. Remarkable on gold. Just crazy. Dollars coming in a little bit. Yeah, you know, if you're not feeling it, that's sometimes the smartest thing to do is to exit trades. That's certainly the wise thing. TTD is a tough one. It could still go lower, especially if the market breaks down, right? Definitely a tough name. Can see the Qs, guys. Look at how close the Qs are already testing their prior day high. Look at where SPY's prior day high is. So relative strength clearly observed in the S&P, but with QQQ definitely having the heavier weightings, we could easily see more sell side pressure hit the S&P. Obviously, you still have Nvidia doing well, but Meta, Google, Meta is starting to get faded a little bit more. All right, guys, we're seeing the IWM trying to retest those lows, looking pretty bearish still in the markets. A few bright spots, obviously, layered throughout. Oracle's up 37.8%. Oracle coming back in. So this is why the market's probably going to take its next little leg lower, is because you are seeing some distribution in those big names, right, that were leading. A big bounce in Broadcom off its opening range high, but we could still see Nvidia give back. If Nvidia comes back down to its opening range low, um, same thing with Oracle and Broadcom, then you should see some big downward shifts here. IWM going for a new low of day, guys. Look at that new low of day. Russell's triggering that head and shoulders, knees and toes pattern. So we are going downtown. Trip to the basement. Trip to the basement. S&P and Qs. Let's see if they want to join the dark side. S&P still positive. QQQ still positive, but we are coming in. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Dixie trying to push here. I need to do some chin-ups here real quick. Just give me a second. Nvidia is starting to curl down a little bit, looking a little bit dicier here on the session. S&P still doesn't want to break that low, but we are looking a little bit heavier here. Okay, cool. Thanks for the heads up there. Look at VST. Absolute monster. What a beast. What a beast. What a beast. What a beast. This name is going. That's crazy. IWM still getting heavy here. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Let's erase this. Bit of a bearish wedge formation. Next support on IWM is this upsloping support. So you've broken these bearish wedge formations. Hanging on to this impulse volume candle. Looking like you got some downward momentum. Core weave starting to get a little bit heavier. This one has just been a dog all day. Core weave finally coming in. Hot and heavy. Let's take us lower. Come on. Dump this market. So there's a buy level on the IWM. If we get a hard flush into this 235 zone, you've got your prior day low. You've got a liquidity sweep that would occur. You've got an upsloping trend line on the larger time frame. You've got your head and shoulders target. Let's just see what else we have. New lows for the Russell. S&P following suit. Let's go. Let's go. Yields are still soft on this session. All right, S&P 500 going for the new lows of the session. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Push it. Push it, push it, push it. Look at the dump in SPY. Bang, bang. Beautiful. SPY is now drilling. We are in full-fledged decline mode. Absolutely. Those running contracts are still trying to push here, guys. That is a thing of beauty. I love it. IWM dripping to the downside. SPY puts that we have are up over. Wow, that's a huge. Testing $2 on those 654 puts, guys. This is stunning. From 67 cents to $2 on the runners. We just tapped 200% on those puts on the runners. And we're looking for more. Come on, we can still go lower. The options alerts are the same way through you did through YouTube. So just like how you signed up with your other ones, if you go join, there should be another. There should be a few different tiers that you can see. Core weave coming in hot. SPY new lows. Russell new lows. Taking a trip to the basement. Oracle Getting somewhat heavy here. AVGO starting to curl slightly lower. Look at open, guys. Open is still looking like it wants new lows of the session. Filthy. Or we've back testing that opening range. Nice job. And that could print some more. Yeah, CoreWeave's going to come in hard here. If it loses this opening range high, we've been sitting on this OR high for quite a long time. We could easily see it move down to 115 on CoreWeave. It's still acting quite well, but nice. Oracle put us up 15%. Beautiful. Okay, CoreWeave here. CoreWeave trying to hang on here. ORCL trying to hang on here. AVGO. That name's trying to come in a little bit. Nvidia's now taking a little bit of sell side candle. Let's look at AMD. AMD's coming in sharply. A-Lab's starting to come in. Crude oil still up 1.93% on crudy crude. Crude is rude. Nice. Your crowd is up $1.40 since buying it. Good job. Let's look at TTD. TTD still trickling a little bit lower. So yeah, we've taken a few new trades in the options group today. It's definitely more a high frequency group. We've issued a few new trading alerts, new positions. CoreWeave starting to come down a little bit more. AMD still acting well. AFRM, that's down 3%. Mongo still strong. Ethereum still up 1.2, but it's faded from the highs. JP Morgan still strong. Netflix under pressure. Coinbase under pressure. Tesla has been firm all session. So really solid price action for Mr. Tessie. So look what the S&P is now trading into, this little bit of a top of the channel. So if we extend that channel forward, you might try to do a little peekaboo breakout above that channel. You can see they're trying to defend the IWM, but we will see how long that is for. Dollar's still trying to show a little bit of strength, but slight rejection off of its prior day high. Still consolidating bullishly intraday like it wants to push higher. QQQ still up 0.1%, SPY up 0.2, IWM down 0.2, Amazon down 3%, Nvidia up 4, Microsoft up 0.45, Google slightly green up about 0.5%, Meta down 1.3, Tesla up 2.2. Cool. They're trying to defend the Russell here just a little bit. ASTS doing well. American Eagle doing really well today. That's up 5%. Datadog slightly green. Copper stock still slightly green. Micron's doing well. That's up 3.87%. S&PS still down 35%. Wow. Lyft is doing well today. That's up 2.9. Freeport McMoran, that's up 2.6. Steel stocks are still doing well. Unity Software down 4. XPEV under pressure. Regional banks have flipped slightly green. Nvidia curling to the downside. Big bounce on the Russell. Intel's flipped slightly green. Transport stocks under a little bit of pressure. Jets ETF is green. Energy stocks doing very well. Yields on the long end of the curve are down sharply. Same thing with the short. Rivian slightly green. Finger FNGR, that's down 8 point. So look at this FNGR. Nasty reversal there. Looking at IQ, nasty death candle there. Let's look at NIO. NIO, we took profits today on NIO, still holding near the lows. But our $6 puts went nicely in the money. Closed those for a decent gain. That was a free trade alert. Looking at ASTS, that's trying to bounce. SMR. SMR, it's been trying here. How's Oklo doing? Oklo under a little bit of pressure. Uranium still looks super strong, so maybe there's a buy in SMR here. Wow. Not a bad area for SMR. If this market wasn't fragile today, I'd be buying SMR. Looks pretty good. Wells Fargo under some pressure. GME is still trying to push. That's up 6.57%. The Qs are still struggling here, even though SPY's trying to push. You have the IWM also trying to push here, negating that little head and shoulders in the near term. ARM had a really strong move. ARM. Filthy little breakout into gap window. That's a big mover. XYZ continuing to show some distribution signs. So XYZ really hasn't made a move higher since it got included into the S&P 500. It's been seeing some near-term distribution. Big chop fest. APP still a monster up here. Looking at Hood today. Hood giving a little bit of reversal signal. I was close to entering puts there. Should have. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree. Nuclear is all momentum. Oklo is not even a profitable business. It is just burning through cash. I agree with you there. On a fundamental basis, nuclear stocks are stretched. They're just pure momentum in anticipation of U.S. policies becoming in favor for nuclear stocks. But I agree with you. A name like SMR, Oklo, those two alone, they're really really stretched. I think the purer play lies in the actual underlying commodity itself, right? Uranium, strong uptrend, but there's a lot of hype in that sector just because of the Trump administration's um, exhibiting pro-nuclear policies. But they're not quality fundamental companies. Let's just say that they're all momentum and forward-looking hype. So you're spot on. Yeah, like I don't keep SMR or Oklo. I've traded them a few times. Like I was in some Oklo calls off of this big move up. Um, which one was it? It was this big move up over here. I never caught the final move, but I caught this little impulse candle move. So it netted a nice gain. But I don't stick around long. SMR, I traded SMR off of this initial move here, but it's just been a dumpster fire ever since. I traded this move too here, this little bounce. Um, but it's all momentum, and it's getting a lot choppier here, so the trade is certainly getting a little bit tougher in this distribution pattern, that's for sure. But I would trade it again. I mean, I don't shy away if a stock hits a technical level. I'd still trade it. But for a long-term basis, yeah, you got to make sure. Duolingo finally showing some strength today on Duolingo, potentially closing the week with a nice little weekly reversal, sweeping some massive low pivot. This is one that's just had a complete, basically being halved in such a short period of time. OKLO. Crazy. How's this metamaterials? Yeah, metamaterials. Look at how that earnings high just acted so well. Remember fading that one? That was a crazy trade too. The only coin you buy is PAX-G, gold play. Interesting. Yeah, I've traded crypto quite a few times here. We bought Bitcoin um, down here off of this back test. And sorry, no, it was this back test here, the 20-day. And we traded. I'm all out of crypto. I don't hold any longs personally, not even long-term port, but I am still short crypto. I'm long BITI with members off of the 1729 pivot. And then I also hold Ethereum short in my crypto portfolio, which I'm short off the 47.85 level. So I have no crypto exposure other than on the short side of the trade. That's about it. All right, S&P looks like it's going back down to the lows. I think we need to see a big washout in crypto. Like I'm talking about a 15 to 20% decline in Bitcoin. That would be a nice cleanse. S&P looking like it's going right back down to the lows, ladies and gents. Here we go. Broadcom selling off a little bit. Oracle still trickling. Nvidia starting to trickle. Maybe a bit of a head and shoulders pattern on watch. CoreWeave trying to break that OR high low. Still looking for TP1 trim. IWM still trickling lower here. People are still trying to buy this dip on the major indices. You can see that we're trying to defend this little bit of a double bottom, but we're still putting in lower highs, lower lows. Your symmetrical move on SPY today takes us down to 651.20. Will they take the cues negative? Will we see more distribution in this tape? Time will certainly tell. US dollar index trying to curl slightly lower. Nvidia is seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. All right, core weave coming in. Core weave coming in, guys. Nice to see that one starting to fall below its opening range. We could see a pretty decent fall in core weave. Yes, we can. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Chop us down, core weave. Chop us down. Crude oil trying to make a little bit of a push higher. I want to get paid on core weave. I'm going to look to trim half the position, locking in some gains. SPY, new low of day. Baby, let's go. Chop it down. They could flush us here into the close, guys. They could flush us. Come on, baby. Time to sell the orc put? No. Don't do it yet. The risk to reward. I mean, this thing's still up 36%. You're getting rejected off of OR high. You have a little bit of support here at 329, but I think that this is a weird move in Oracle. I don't really trust their guidance. Maybe it's a government grant that they're getting, but I don't know. I don't really trust their guidance and contracts. So I would still, I mean, if you're wanting to trim, I would leave runners, personally speaking. You're still so stretched. I mean, your daily RSI still blasting through, even on the hourly chart. Markets look troublesome. They look heavy here. So I personally would hold it a little bit more. All right, core weave coming into a target zone. Still looking heavy. All right, guys, core weave 117 puts are nicely in the money. Nicely in the money. Beautiful decline on CRWV. Taking us, taking us. Beautiful. Just took half my profits off of core weave, moving stop loss to break even. Stop loss is at break even on core weave. That is the nice little winning trade there. That is melting. So I just trimmed CoreWeave puts. First trim up over 40%. Beautiful little trade, guys. We crushed it today. SPY is still printing. If we get a hard flush into the close, our 654 puts can still push to about 300-400%. Look at CoreWeave dumping. That is a clinical decline. I love it. I absolutely love it, guys. Beautiful. That's amazing. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see, baby. Pay us. Pay us, pay us, pay us, pay us. Look at Broadcom now coming in, guys. AVGO. Boom, boom, boom. Fig is dumping too. Yeah, Figma. That's going to take out the lows. Nothing to do there, in my opinion. That's going to take out the lows, it looks like. You have the IWM coming right back down to that daily chart 7 moving average. So again, you're testing your daily chart 7 moving average yet again. That's sitting at 236.18. We've hammered on this level twice intraday. We've hammered on the daily 7 and we keep hammering it. The dollar getting slightly faded here. Look at how heavy CoreWeave looks. That is a beautiful, beautiful trade, guys. Amazing job if you caught that with us. From SPY puts to CoreWeave puts. Absolutely crushed it today. Absolutely crushed it. Look at those CoreWeave puts just melting. Frickin' melting. Nvidia now getting hit pretty hard. Oof, we're pushing well over 200% on our SPY puts. 225% on our SPY puts. 230% on our SPY puts. Let's go. Let's go. Come on down, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold through. Way to hold through. $250 on my SPY puts. 260%. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go, baby. Keep dumping it. Just absolutely dump it, guys. I'm going to keep holding because I'm a greedy SOB today. All right, so if contracts hit $2.68 on these 654 puts, that will be up 300%, guys. I'm on down. SPY new lows. How low can you go? How low can you go? How low can you go? Let's go. Come on down, SPY. I want more. Still pushing up about 250%. Could have taken a trim. Corey's at a 5-minute RSI on the 30 now. Yeah, it is. It's a little oversold, but I think it's going lower. Um, yeah, I think it's going lower. That's all I can really say. Although the market's getting slightly oversold, we are looking heavy. Come on, a little bit more, markets, a little bit more. Give me some more downside. Is that too hard to ask for? I don't think so. Nvidia's still looking heavy here, guys. Nvidia's still coming in. So this is why the markets are skewed, right? You have these big behemoths been holding such strength. So if they keep coming in, look at Oracle. Oracle's still looking weak here, like it can go lower. Oracle looks like it could flush all the way down to 317, maybe even the opening range low. Markets are trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Big bounce on the S&P. Oracle still looking heavy here. S&P should. I'm looking at taking profits into the symmetrical move target, guys. That's where I'd probably take my SPY contracts off the table. So hopefully we get a nice flush into that zone. Nvidia's still flushing here. Looking heavy for Nvidia. I mean, that's now coming in hard. Hard, 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 hard. AVGO, Oracle still coming in hard. Look at SPY, still trying to drip lower. Dollar's even getting faded slightly. We have got an action-packed tape today. The markets are in full force bear mode. It's the bare necessities. Do 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 do. Look at this SPY 1 minute. We're a little stretched from that EMA 113. So I wouldn't be surprised if they chop us around here, but any sort of an impulse move down, guys, is my next trim on SPY. So we are a little stretched from the 1 minute moving averages right now on SPY. Just want to see if there's anything else coming up here. Oracle still knifing here. If there's any 30-minute chart support, let me just throw on some of these other moving averages here. Hourly chart, yeah, we're busting through a lot of different support levels here. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Oracle's still looking pretty heavy. Nasty. Yeah, A-Lab's coming down a little bit. A-Lab coming in a little bit. Still a very strong name, but inside of that nasty little initial sell. CoreWeave still looking fairly heavy. Gold's still trying to press a little bit. Looking at Broadcom, that's going lower. Looking heavy, real heavy. Real heavy. Nvidia still selling. Oracle still selling here. S&P 500 is getting heavy. QQQ has gone negative on the session, guys. Your NASDAQ has gone negative. Look at AVGO. Look at Nvidia. Hard to see that these stocks are under pressure, likely going to push SPY to new lows in 3, 2, 1. New lows. Come on, there it is. New lows. Look at that. SPY sweeping some liquidity. Volume's getting pretty thick down here. Volume is getting thick. We're up about 260%. Come on, give me 300%. Give me 300% on these puts. We got the big boys in semiconductor land selling off hard, guys. Big boys are knifing to the downside right now. They are certainly seeing some liquidations across the board. Come on, sell this whole entire market. Nvidia, no support until this 175 area. Maybe you're going to have a little bit of a bounce before that, but look at that, new lows on the S&P, guys. New lows on the S&P. Contract shot up to $2.58. The spread SPY is widening here due to the volatility. We're up over 275%. Come on, give me 300%. Please, SPY. Give me 300%. The ask was just at 300% there. Oracle is a 23 RSI. Yeah, but it's still extended. IWM just printed new lows heading for 236. Oracle, no support here other than a little bit of a deviation band. Still extended beyond belief. Nvidia, trying to bounce a little bit. Market's still looking somewhat heavy in my opinion. What a day, guys. What a day. What a day. Crushed it. We absolutely crushed it today. Again, please hit that like button. We're on here providing alpha opportunities. And look at how heavy Nvidia still looks, guys. I mean, that S&P 500 is trying to bounce here. You have 10-minute chart support. It's your 50 MA intraday. And we are stretched from the key moving averages, but doesn't mean we can't get more stretched. You're hitting that 5-minute chart, EMA 113. QQQ did briefly go negative there. You're getting a little bit of a bounce here. Little bit of a bounce, but we will see if they want to just keep flushing us. Nice day. Again, this is a short the pop kind of day today. I'm going to go do some more pull-ups, chin-ups. On pull-ups, probably I'm really good at pull-ups. It's actually my strongest exercise. But I've never maxed out. I know I can do about 8 muscle-ups, but probably between, it depends on what grip. Wide grip, I can probably do 25 to 30 if I'm really pushing it and I'm not sore from a previous workout. Close grip, probably do more on the close grip. I could probably do maybe 30, 35. Yeah, one set. One set. I'm really good at pull-ups. Yeah, it's my best exercise. No, I've been doing I dated one of my first girlfriends was a gymnast and she was hella strong. I mean, she was super super strong. And that's when I started doing pull-ups and never looked back, but I usually do pull-ups every day. I usually do sets of 16 to 20 is kind of my normal range. I haven't really ever gone for a max. And then I'll do 1 minute holds. Hey, 9 pull-ups is good. 9 pull-ups is good. All right, so Nvidia looks like it's coming for another wave of sell side pressure. Can they take it down? So big push in the overall market here, really big push. So about 90 minutes left in the session. You do have the Dixie trying to curl. CoreWeave still weak. AVGO still up 7.82%, bouncing a little bit here on Broadcom. Oracle still curling slightly lower. Open is down 6.55% there. S&P has a little bit of top wick distribution. IWM still negative. QQQ slightly positive. And they're melting the market back lower again. So it appears. Shorting the pop day has worked out tremendously today. They have shorted everything today. Gold's starting to sell off just a little bit here. We've seen more selling. And you have a ton of economic data tomorrow. Quite a bit on the front. CPI tomorrow. We also have the ECB rate decision. You have initial jobless claims tomorrow. You have a 30-year bond auction. So get ready for more market volatility tomorrow. Or we've taken another little dip here. Nvidia is still trying to firm up. Gold's taking a bit of a sell here in the last few minutes. GDX still holding steady. IWM trying to hold that head and shoulders neckline. EST starting to come in. Your US dollar's trying to curl back to the upside here. So Dixie making a bit of a move. All right, your dollar index is trying to firm up a little bit, guys. SPY is still getting rejected off of that top of that channel. That channel's acting as some pretty decent resistance so far today. Really good resistance, actually. CoreWeave still looking slightly bearish. You got Oracle bouncing, AVGO bouncing, NVIDIA trying to bounce just a little bit. IWM still has a lot of top lift distribution. That's trying to bounce itself. What else we got going on here? A little bit of volume trying to come in and buy this market up. So yeah, SPY looks like it could go down to the lows. Soundhound down, Tesla getting faded. Neo still down 9.3. Google trying to get faded here into the close. Tesla getting faded here into the close. So your stocks that have been strong are getting faded into the close. Apple getting faded into the close. NVIDIA still coming in a little bit. Oracle staying somewhat firm. IGV getting faded here. IWM seeing some top wick distribution. Nice. Welcome curveballs. If you want to play lottos, it would be to the downside. That's what it would be. To the downside. Gold's still running into a little bit of distribution here. IWM. CoreWeave still putting in a bear flag. S&P 500 still looking a little bit weaker here. S&P 500 trying to bounce. SPY is going for another new low of day. Here we go. Come on down, SPY. Nice. Gold still strong on the session, but coming in a little bit intraday. IWM. So notice how SPY's been trickling lower, making new lows of the session. IWM hasn't given us that new low of day, so it makes you wonder if they're going to try to flush the IWM here into the close and make it a real sour hour. So let's see if they want to give us a nice flush. We're almost at that symmetrical move on the S&P, but we've bounced there once, created a lower high. Now we're coming back down again, so odds are we're probably going to be coming down just a little bit more. Or were you trying to firm up? IWM still holding steady here. So potentially trying to defend double bottom in terms of a lotto trade, you can go long SPY here with a tight stop loss if you want to. They could give it a nice little ramp up into power hour and then maybe a continuation down leg. So defending double bottom, it's an aggressive long here. You're going against the trend, but I'm not personally going to take it yet, but that could be a trade idea for 0 DTE. Again, really the supportive thing is the fact that the market is still putting in a larger time daily uptrend. So your daily chart, if you look at the SPX here, all right, a nice little bounce in the S&P 500. So again, that old saying, whenever you gap up into all-time highs, this is a very high statistical trading strategy, guys. I've used it in my career numerous times to make quite a bit of successful shorting trades. But whenever you gap up into a new all-time high, a gap up into new all-time highs often sees profit taking. It's like over 85% success rate. But the market's still in a strong uptrend, guys. So new all-time highs today. The S&P is still just grinding day after day after day. We are continuing to see unwavering and unrelenting strength in this market. Look at the big buy program starting to come back in. Oof, big push. Big push in S&P land. Big push. That's the double bottom that's being defended right now. Huge push. Are they pushing the nitrous a little bit too soon? Perhaps. Look at them pump the market. Pumping it up. Big push. Big push in the equity markets. Oracle's still trickling down as the SPY is trying to push. IWM also catching a nice bounce, completely defending that 7-day moving average yet again on the Russell. Push here in small caps. Gold trickling down. Apple still down 3.2%. Your Dow components are negative. NASDAQ still negative, but trying to go positive. Your IWM still slightly negative, but trying to go positive. S&P leading the charge to the upside today, up 0.26%. Amazon down 3.3, Nvidia up 3.4, Microsoft up 0.58, Apple getting slaughtered down 3.22%. Google down 0.16, Meta down 1.25, and Tesla showing some strength today. That is holding green, but slightly off of the highs. 1 minute chart EMA 113, seeing some slight rejection on the S&P 500, but still looking pretty decent off of this area. Open is down 5.4, Oracle still up 34.8, Snapchat negative, CoreWeave up 15. Why'd you take puts? I didn't say to take them, I said it's looking like. And then I corrected myself when we're down here, so just always, you don't want to FOMO into trades. When we were selling off, I said puts look better, but I'm deep in the money on my 654, so that's what I'm writing. I wasn't taking any trade. And then when we started to see this little bit of a uptick here, I said call options look a little bit better now, using this double bottom as your low of day stop loss. So yeah, you gotta listen carefully. You'll hear me when I enter a trade. I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it for sure, Caleb. I'll even issue the alert, but I'll put the price that I enter. I'll say the price that I enter. So a decent bounce off of the lows. Let's see if they want to turn this into sour hour and push us right back down to the lows. There's obviously that chance. But so far we're consolidating, trying to catch a little bit of a bid higher. Looks like they're trying to do maybe a little bit of a liquidity sweep through this high pivot. They actually kind of did it temporarily there. IWM strong bounce in the Russell. Palantir still up 2.4, SoFi down, SoundHound down, Apple still down. CoreWeave catching a decent bid, Broadcom still just chopping sideways. We're still seeing this market trying to firm up. Big decline there. Big decline in SPY, back testing that channel now. Big decline there on SPY. I'm still got my 654 puts that are still up tremendously. Let's see if we can push for the lows. Come on. Come on. S&P 500. S&P, All right, SPY trickling a little bit lower here. Hopefully your put options, Caleb, work out for you. It looks like they still could. You could easily get them back in the money. Hopefully you didn't get too bad of an entry. But SPY's looking a little bit heavier. Trying to come in just a touch here. Oracle still flagging sideways. Broadcom still holding steady. Open is at the lows. China stock still seeing some distribution. Nvidia now curling slightly lower. S&P looks like it wants new lows. Again, guys, if we get a hard flush, an impulse candle down, something like, let's look at our 10-minute chart. Something of this size of a bar or even this bar, I'd look to exit my SPY 654 put options. Okay, so just a heads up. Let's see if we can get any more downside left in the tape. Still up about 250%, now about 220 off of that pop there. Come on, give SPY a nice flush into the close. So we have a ton of data tomorrow, guys. Ton of data. Starting the morning off, Europe. You got the ECB monetary policy statement. You got the rate decision for Europe. Forecast is for 2.15. They're expected to hold. You got continuing job loss claims at 8:30. You got CPI at 8:30. Year-over-year CPI is expected to come in at 3.1. Month over month expected to come in at 0.3, but that could come in lighter considering you got weaker PPI data today. You also have initial job loss claims, which is going to be market moving. The big number for initial job loss claims is, will the market finally drop or finally print above 250,000? That is the big number. 250K will make a higher high in the initial job loss claims. So that's all at 8:15 and 8:30. Then at 8:45, we've got the ECB press conference. Then Lagarde speaks at 10:15. Then we got 10:30 nat gas storage. Then we got 11:30 4-week and 8-week bill auction. Then 1 p.m. a 30-year bond auction. Then the federal budget at 2, and then the Fed balance sheet at 4:30. So tomorrow should be a wild session. Look at that S&P 500 right back down to the lows. And did that make a new low of day? Yes, it did. We're continuously making new lows on the session, ladies and gentlemen. That is just filthy. That is crazy. The dollar is catching a nice bid here into the close, trying to trigger that intraday inverse head and shoulders pattern, looking like a strong close for the US dollar index. We're still pushing up 260%. Come on, can we get 300% on these put options? I think we can. TTD hitting another alert here. Oh my goodness. TTD. Wow, guys, look at Trade Desk continuing to knife here. That is filthy. Filthy, I tell you. SPY going lower. New low of day coming up. There it is, guys. $2.68 is up 300% on these SPY put options. I'm up almost 300%. There it is. I'm up 300%, guys, on my SPY put options. All right. I just sold all of my SPY put options, the 654s. I'm out for 300%. Sold at $2.70, a little over 300%. 654s I closed. We could still knife lower, but I'm out of my SPY puts, my 654 puts, guys. All out of my 654 puts. Beautiful. The TTD is looking nasty. That TTD is looking nasty. SPY still struggling here. Yep, glad you dumped that. Nice job there for balls. SPY new low of day. Wow, look at them dump that market, guys. Big decline. A dump there on the S&P 500, guys. Huge dump. That is filthy. Dixie still pushing for the highs. Supreme Leader saying bought some TTD for the long-term port. You know, long-term, 2 to 4, 2 to 5 years. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense down here for sure. I'm just a little bit of a stickler. I think the rate at what we're selling right now is probably sweeping this low, but I get it. Extremely over depressed down here. I don't mind that level. I mean, you're hitting a long-term support level going all the way back to 2020. A lot of support in this region for sure. So I don't blame you for accumulating in here. For a long-term investor, it's a phenomenal level in my opinion. Phenomenal. Look at the decline on that name. That's crazy. TTD. Starting to make sense again for a swing trade. Gold taking a bit of a dump here into the end of the session. So gold actually also seeing a sharp decline here. Funny enough, GDX still staying resilient, not really seeing any sort of distribution. Kevin saying the daily time frame measure move takes us to the daily 200 moving average. I see a bear flag on PLTR from the recent high at 190, the recent low at 142. It's currently still in the flag at the moment, the upper channel. So let's look at PLTR. But that US dollar is still printing. Sorry, let me look at PLTR. So yeah, PLTR is recapturing that daily 20 moving average, so it's looking a little bit better here. The issue with PLTR, measured move down takes it to the daily 200. Yeah, that's a big drop. I can definitely see what you're looking at. You know, if we erase this Fibonacci level, you know, you're looking at that bear flag, so you're at the top of the channel right now. Takes you down to about, yeah, it takes you down to about that 140 there. So I could see that. S&P 500 is still super heavy here. Yeah, you're at the top of that little bit of a bear flag. It does look like a bear flag, but here's the thing, right? PLTR has technically recaptured the bullish moving average. So this is a tough short if it stays above that 20-day. If you lose the 20-day, boom, that becomes a flat out short then again. But right now it's a tough short. I mean, if you're aggressive, you can short it here and keep that high pivot stop. But it's a tough name. Look at them melt the S&P 500 here. They are just taking it downtown. Holy moly. That is a filthy decline, guys. That is filthy. What a stunning drop there. Whoa, look at them drop that market downtown. Big sour hour dump here, guys. Big sour hour dump. We are falling. Can they take the S&P negative? We will see what happens here. What an epic dump and free fall. That is crazy. Gold just saw a nasty, filthy dump. What a decline there. Looking at Apple near the lows, Nvidia still selling off. Really, that was just a straight nasty decline late in the session there. Don't know where it came from. Tesla, Tesla almost went negative on that dip. Look at that one-way drop on Tessie. Look at this Dixie pushing into the close here, guys. US dollar index is ripping. US dollar index is ripping. All right, so what do we got going on here? S&P trying to bounce a little bit. Again, your QQQ down 0.27, IWM down 0.36%. That Dixie's just flying to the high side right now. IWM at the lows of the tape. Are you shorting Palantir here? Remember, this is the first bounce from an all-time high on Palantir, so it can easily go right back to the highs. S&P is still looking pretty fragile, still holding above that prior day high, but looking a little bit weak. IWM is melting through that daily chart 7 moving average. Look at the Russell falling to the downside. Baby, let's go. Dump that Russell. Dump it. Dumpy, dumpy. IWM now hitting. It's coming into a little bit of support here on the Russell. This trend line should act as a near-term bounce zone unless they just want to get nasty with it. Come on down, IWM. Come on down. Small caps are getting absolutely demolished here into the close. Really hard sell side pressure. Very hard. Big decline here into the close. Let's see if the S&P wants to take out the lows. Russell 2000 still looking heavy. Very heavy. IWM still dripping here. Look at that Russell, guys. We could be set for a gap down day tomorrow, especially on all the economic data that we have. CPI, ECB, rates. We got inflation across the board. We got employment data. Trimming my IWM puts as well, the 235 puts, just reducing the exposure. Guys, I did trim some of my IWM 235 puts. That's just reducing some exposure, just in the event that the data comes in strong tomorrow, or the reaction comes in strong, reducing some of the indice shorts that I have in place, because you never know, they could easily pump the Russell back up. So you still have tech trying to bounce quite nicely here while the Russell's seeing that divergence. A clear definitive divergence with the Russell 2000 here. Gold is really seeing some sell side pressure here into the close. I mean, gold is busting through pre-market low, guys. Nasty little decline on gold. It's telling us that that US dollar is strong right now. Apple's getting absolutely smoked. It's tempting to buy Apple down here. Really, really tempting. Down 3.56%. Wow. Crazy decline there. All right, SPY getting a really big bid here. Jeez, look at Apple. Whoops. Look at Apple. Just no love for Mr. Apple Dapple. That Dixie is still pushing higher here, guys. US dollar is still pushing. Look at open, guys. Our open November puts are almost in the money. So that's looking like a bit of a dumpster fire stock yet again. Again, we have a ton of time left. We have all the way until November on these open 550 puts, and I think that those should get in the money. If we look at this chart on open, your symmetrical move takes you down to this 509, 510 level. Yeah, that's looking cooked. Yeah, Oracle in the market. The NASDAQ and S&P have been strong here into the close, right? So you're seeing this divergence. If you look at the Qs have had a V-shaped bounce, and the IWM has really not had that bounce yet. So they're basically dumping small caps ahead of CPI and pumping into your better balance sheet stocks, right? GDX is starting to come in pretty sharply right now. Qs are bouncing quite ferociously. Gold selling off pretty sharply. Still coming in. Gold is getting pretty heavy here into the close, guys. We are seeing some really decent downward pressure as the Dixie's still flying to the upside. Let's see what else we got going on. Still have energy strong, tech strong, utility strong. Pretty much everything else in the S&P 500 is weak. Crude oil still up 1.99%. Gold really coming in hard here, guys, into the close. Really coming in hard. Take a look at gold versus the S&P. That's starting to see some clear distribution. Maybe that means CPI comes in higher. We get a little inflationary spike in the dollar. Who the heck knows, right? I wish I had my 8 ball, but today was a very successful day for us, guys. Very successful day. Now we just need some of these other high flyers to come in. So key market observations, clear capital rotation trends. China has really seen some negative distribution. Today you saw crypto strong and Ethereum has made a one-way trip. So again, that is another swing trade alert that we are absolutely crushing. Still up about double digits on our Ethereum short, guys. Looking to press that one lower. You have BITI, which we're still holding up about just above 7% there. Gold is coming in hot here, guys. Really coming in hot. Hot and heavy. They're dumping gold pretty ferociously here into close. Let's look at that S&P 500. That's still inside of that channel, guys. That channel has been a moneymaker all day. You know, that channel, you keep dragging that forward, and every time you tried breaking out of that channel, it's been a short the pop. That's what a clear trending session is on the market. Very good decline. Very good decline. Bitcoin's still up 1.5, so maybe we're going to see Bitcoin dominance creep up. Apple still down 3.5, nat gas down. Some consumer staples are under pressure. CRM getting hit today. Copper is still holding steady. Marvell went negative. NIO still getting slaughtered. Look at that Russell, guys. New lows on the IWM. That is filthy. Look at that Russell, guys. Still heavy as ever. Still coming in. S&P 500 looks like it wants new lows on the tape. Tesla still holding slightly green. Dixie still trying to push a little bit higher here. The Dixie did go green. 10 and 2-year yield have firmed up just a little bit. Look at that IWM still dripping lower, coming into prior day low. That is filthy, guys. That is absolutely filthy. China stocks, just after everyone was chasing all the exuberance, now China is going through a bit of backing and filling. Looking at Yang here, guys. Yang is trying to firm up off of the lows here. We'll see what Yang wants to do. A lot of volume traded in and around this region. Looking at our Octo short, guys. Still looking for this. It's a dumpster fire. We are absolutely crushing this. I'm still up about 18% here on Octo. I'm looking to trade this one into the ground. This one can pop all the way back to highs. I'd still hold my common shares, but Octo, I want to see Octo sub 15. Honestly, this is a huge, this could be a huge winner for me. Dumpster fire stock. Cabin's looking at APP. Yeah, App Lovin' still, no, I wouldn't buy it here. I personally wouldn't buy it here. It's had a strong move, but I mean, you're buying well past a huge deviation move. They've stretched this thing to the max. Potential little topping tail today. It's still positive on the session, but Giddy's looking attractive. GGY. Let's take a peek at that. Yeah, for an intraday bounce, not too shabby. A little bit of a bearish engulfing. Put your low pivot in. Let me just look at this weekly chart. Wow, the Dixie's just screaming higher here into the close, guys. The US dollar index is ripping. Back testing, so you pierced that EMA on the weekly, bounced, retesting your 7, getting rejected off the 7, trying to flatten out the 7 and 20 moving average here. Let's see the monthly chart real quick. Yeah, Giddy's weekly chart definitely hitting some support. Just such a strong mover. Really no monthly support in this region. Let's throw on, not really sitting on any monthly chart. Let's throw up a fib retrace here. Yeah, you're sitting right on that monthly 50. All right, so looking at the SPX, we're just going to look at how we spot trend days, right? So we're going to go to the 5-minute chart here on SPX. And basically we put in our high over here on the SPX, right? That gave us our first higher high. Then the market lost these opening ranges, your opening range high, it lost it and made a lower low. So now the market has done two things. It put in a higher high and it put in a higher low. So the next big bounce was a big retrace area, and as soon as you got that reversal, that was your sign to short the pops. And today was a clear trending to the downside day where every single pop got shorted. High, lower high, lower high, lower high. This could potentially be a lower high, but simultaneously, look what you're trying to bounce off of, a higher low. So the market's always trying to do two things, searching for higher highs or lower lows. And right now we could be putting in another lower high, but the risky thing about that is you've made a higher low. So the market's always looking for either a higher high or a lower low. And right now it's searching to take out this pivot high. But we've been rejected at every single point. So it's been a short the pop kind of day. There hasn't really been any sort of a clear bullish trend. Every time you've had a pop, the market has been faded and faded and faded and faded. So just always understand, like, zero DTEs, in my opinion, they're more of a counter trend play. You know, you buy that counter drop or that counter pop. Unless you have a clear zero DTE trend of the upside, it's tough to play zero DTs any other way unless there's a clear trend. And say the downtrend was clear intraday, and then especially in the IWM, the trend was clear as day. You know, as soon as you made that high, you sold off, bounced, created your first little lower high, sold off, made a lower low. Then you bounced, tried making a higher high on a closing basis, failed, and then it was downhill from there. And let's see if we get sold off here. You know, this is still putting in lower highs on the overall trend. This would be your first little higher high retest right over here, you know, on the 5-minute chart. And it's looking like SPY's running into some clear resistance again. Yeah, staircase, very exactly. Staircase, pretty much. That's what it comes down to. I was just showing one of the other members what I mean by that. So today's zero DTEs have been tough because had you gone with the trend and bought a zero DTE down here, you got annihilated, right? In my opinion, on a trend day, you never ever want to buy, you know, at the high or the low. You always want to look for those sharp bounces short the pop. Or if we were rallying, you wait for that initial pullback and then you buy it. I never like to buy when we're rallying at the highs, or I never like to buy a zero DT when we're falling, because that's what they do. They just rip it up on you, kill your contracts. Then you look at your P&L, you start freaking out, and you're like, oh my God, I'm down 50, 60%. And then you're fucked. Sorry for my language. But it's all a mental game. Zero DTEs are very much a mental game as well as a technical game. They're designed to shake you out and fake you out because there's a lot of it's a high risk, high reward, right? A lot of reward in it, so they don't make it easy for you. That's why I like shorting gap ups. You know, I said this morning, SPY into an all-time high. You know, I love shorting gap ups into all-time highs. We've done this trade now numerous times. You know, we did it over here. We did it over here. That's a moneymaker trade. Most situations when they gap the market up, they crack it back to the downside. Most situations. Now, there's been some days where I've tried shorting the market and I've been caught in some downtrending price. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a perfect trader. I've lost my fair share of zero DTEs. So having some risk in place is key. Understanding what you're willing to lose on the trade. Volume today, not that heavy. 59 million shares, that's pretty light. Pretty light, so they could ramp this up into the close a little bit. But just understand we are still putting in lower highs. Okay. Trying to save the Russell 2000 here. They're pumping up some individual names here. A nice little squeeze here into the close. You waited a long time for Giddy to correct? Yeah, sorry, I was looking at that GDY chart and it has corrected quite nicely. So right now we are back testing that weekly 50% retrace level. Interesting. And I always like to use higher highs and higher lows on a closing basis. Wicks don't really count. Wow, this Giddy chart, honestly, I mean, it still could go lower. Let's see this 2-week chart. Look at all right, so SPY's officially printing its first higher high here. Looking for a 5-minute close above this pivot here. 30 seconds left in the candle. This could be a very strong close for SPY, which is why you're seeing such heavy volume coming in, because a lot of time traders will front run that, but we'll see. So right now it's just a wick on the 3-minute chart, but it is trying. It's certainly trying. So no real higher high close yet. That's just a little bit of a liquidity grab potential. Still got a few seconds left to close higher on the 3-minute chart. If it doesn't get the close on the 3-minute chart, now we can look to a little bit of a different time frame, 2-minute chart. Will it close in 50 seconds above this area on the 2-minute closing basis? It's looking pretty strong. You're getting that quick 0DT pump. That's for sure. Really good pump here. Dollar index selling off a little bit. Gold's trying to bounce just a touch here. Honestly, the only thing about this Giddy curveballs is it could still go down to 125 to 127. I'm just looking at the volume trends here. Where's that? I mean, there's a ton of volume here. There is, don't get me wrong. I'd have to look at some fundamentals. Leave this one with me. I'll do some work overnight on it, and I will look at some of its fundamentals. Let me just take a quick peek at its earnings. So look at SPY, no higher high there. On the 2-minute close, no higher high. So now we go and see if it can get a 1-minute close above that area. This could just be one nasty liquidity sweep, right? You haven't got that true definitive signal yet. So now as a trader, you can short this area and use these wick highs as your stop loss. But there's not enough time in the day for me to even enter a trade. But let me just look at Giddy here. So Giddy financials real quick. E-earnings. Yeah, that's some strong EPS growth. Look at that. That's a nice EPS growth chart forecasting. Huge beat there in 2023. A little bit of a miss in 2024. But EPS, okay, so $6.02 for 2025, 718. So 602, let me just write that down. 602 and then 718. Let me look at its net income statement, balance sheet, income statement, total revenue growth for the quarter. Yep, growing quite nicely. Annualized basis. Yeah, very strong. Slowing down a little bit on annualized basis, but still looking pretty healthy. Net income. Let's go back to the quarter. Net income right now, year-over-year growth. Nice strong Q2 there. A little bit of a dip from these areas here. Don't know why. Choppy net income. So 2018, 2017, okay. So 2023 was great. 2024 a little bit lackluster. Trailing 12 months, 808 million. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Let me see its cash flow real quick. Free cash flow. Yeah, that's a healthy trend on the year-over-year basis. Trailing 12 months, 1.45 billion. Okay. Not too bad. So it's trading at 145 right now. All right, so S&P did make a higher close on the 1-minute chart, so that's very bullish. Now the odds are that we should keep trending here into the close. 5-minute closes are a little bit more powerful, so we'll see if it can hold this area in the next 30 seconds, but looking pretty good. All right, so right now Giddy's trading at 145.27. Divided by 6.02. Trading with a PE of around 24.13. Let's look at its historical median PE. So PE, yeah, 25.9. So I actually have the exact calculation. It's 24.13 PE based off of its 25 based off its $6.02 EPS estimate. So that's not looking too bad. Its historical median is 55. Wow. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Now in 2026, if it comes in line with that $17 EPS, or sorry, $7.18 EPS, trades with a 20 multiple. If we go back to its current PE of 25, that should roughly be 185 divided by. So yeah, if it hits its if it hits its 2026 EPS guidance of $7.18, this stock at minimum trading with the PE that it's currently at of 25.87 should be a $185 stock at minimum with its 26 guidance if it trades and maintains its current PE. So $185 stock puts it about 26% rally into the end of the year. Caleb's looking at ASHR. Is ASHR a long? Tough name. Look at all these gaps on the charts. I don't like that. Let me just do a quick check of something here. Just give me a sec, Caleb. Look at that SPY push, guys. What a beast. What an absolute beast. ASHR. So fundamentals say it's a 185 stock, and then that's just trading at its current PE, but the technicals suggest maybe a little bit more downside, so just be careful, curveballs. But ASHR, I'm not too familiar with this name. X-Trackers Harvest CSI 300 China shares. No wonder. Assets under management 2.32 billion. No, I wouldn't take this name, Caleb. I would not be buying this name. Am I on the right ASHR? Is that what you're looking at? Is that the right ticker there, Caleb? X-Trackers Harvest China? I wouldn't be buying this here. No chance. Not yet. No, I wouldn't buy it yet. The China trade's a little bit long in the tooth, extended. Looking at Baidu is showing distribution signals. Looking at BABA, I exited my BABA yesterday at the highs, fully closed my position. We accumulated down here in July. That was one of the best and most confident trades that I was pounding the table on with members. I made several different YouTube videos, short videos. I did fundamentals, in-depth insights into it. BABA was the trade. We got XPEV when it caught this big move. We just closed our NIO put option at the lows. But check out the recent China alert that I entered in the options group. There's a specific ticker that I put in the options trading group that should give you my bias towards China names. And it was just entered yesterday. So what a bounce in the markets, guys. Huge pump into the close. Huge pump. Crazy 0 DTE trade there. Filthy. Again, lots of opportunity to trade this market tomorrow. Lots of extra volatility. All right, guys, that is the market session. Amazing job today. Huge profits in the live day trading room for myself. Had you followed that SPY short, we pretty much picked the near-term top of the market today, right off of the open. We were patient too. We didn't trade it off of the open. We let quite a few candles pass by before we entered that SPY short, and that was the level that I discussed in the pre-market. It's a simple trendline level with a nice little intraday divergence and an extended move. So that worked out quite well. But nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for the support if you're members. And we'll do this all again tomorrow. Tomorrow is CPI day, ECB interest rate decision day. You also have initial jobless claims, continuing jobless claims, a lot of economic data that is set to give this market yet again another whirlwind of a trading session. On that note, take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later.